Okay.
Pretty much, complimented everything. And like, I think he even mentioned.
You are being recorded.
Thank you.
I think they're full steam ahead with it.
That's the way it has to be. We have to just accept. I need to do it in person.
Yeah.
For like the next 5 years.
Still missing a couple.
I mean, I think that's like it's going to be it's part of our ecosystem now, right? It's part of like our, it's never going to go away. Yeah.
Where's the bathroom? I don't think there's any appetite to go back to a shutdown. Like, I mean, like maybe in certain localities, but definitely not.
Oh, no. Let me tell you, from all over those clubs, there's nobody wants to go back to a shutdown.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people are willing to mask again. I think people are willing to distance and remote work, but they're not going to. Because it's now you've got a cure, right? Or a preventive. You've got something that, and that's that sort of feeling. I think it's just like, now you're deciding not to drive without a seatbelt. Right, like you're not going from a car that didn't have any safety features. Now you have safety features available. It's on you. You nail yourself up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make myself available for the third shot right now. Perhaps. I'll take a cocktail, mix it all three.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince my little brother. He's a truck driver, and I'm trying to convince him to take it. I think it's more the inconvenience of it. He's just not. It's the vaccine. My younger brother. And I think what's going to get him is he delivers fuel, and he has to go to Army Depot. Like that's part of what they do, but they're like subcontractors.
Yeah.
And I think they would have to like his wife, because she's a teacher, is required. And that was the reason she did it. Right. It's like interesting.
A lot of friends that another couple are just like, I just want to see what happens with them. Yeah, that's how my sister, brother. I'm happy to have other people
be guinea pigs. Honestly, that's the way I felt early on. I mean, honestly, I wasn't like, it offered to me like November. When Trump was president stuff. I know we're not going to go down this road. We're not going to go down this road. The camera witness for me.
Good morning. Who just joined us? The 12083.
Jeannie Fishburne just joined.
Hey, Jeannie. I'm just going to rename you real quick. Whenever I see numbers like that, it makes me fear Zoom bombers.
Oh, okay. I don't know what came up, but it did it itself.
Yeah. I'll have you look into that, Jeannie. On your participant screen, I believe you can go ahead and rename yourself.
Under the 12083?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. How do I do that? I'm gonna click on there and see what I can do here.
Oh, it showed up on my other screen. Let me just see. I think I can do it actually. Just didn't notice. I'll get you that.
The three dots in the upper right-hand corner, you click on that, or you right-click on it, I think.
Okay, I don't have three dots, but let me see here.
Well, you hover over.
You've renamed me already. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Well, for sake of time, let's go ahead and get started. I'm Ryan Swinney. Welcome everybody to Zoom, and welcome to you guys who attended here live. We appreciate this. This class is one of my personal passions, and I keep continuing to do this because really, honestly, it takes just one or two key people in integral places that make a huge difference. And so I'm not at all disappointed by the turnout. Sure, we had more people RSVP. That always kind of hurts when they don't show, but that's just part of life. Work comes up, business has to happen, and that's the way we go. So I just wanted to start off real quick, and I'll start with the folks in-house, just have them kind of introduce themselves, tell them how many years you've been in real estate, and I guess, what's your passion? What do you like to do? And so we'll start with you.
Okay, so my name is Chanel Dixon, and I've been a realtor for just under 4 years, so not super long. And actually, politics is my passion.
Awesome.
So I've been involved with the Republican Party here for about 11 years.
Very good. Very good. Well, welcome, Chanel. Brandon.
My name is Brandon Carey. I've been licensed in real estate just under 2 years now. I've been playing in real estate for longer than that. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like this class might have some good info and stuff for not necessarily the near future for me, but more so down the road. So I figured we'd check it out.
I think it's just that. It's just planting seeds, you know.
Yeah.
And it just takes getting a little bit of cultivation and some watering and see where it grows. Cameron, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, my name is Cameron Kinzer. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Boise Regional Realtors, and we partnered with WMVR on this. We did it 2 years ago, and this is the first time our folks from NAR are coming out for in-person post-pandemic. So I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, no, we're always excited to partner with Boise Regional. You guys are just awesome. I love what you guys do over there. I follow you, I stalk you. You learn a ton from me. So thank you guys for doing this and helping out. It's huge. Okay, let's start online here. Let's start with Jeannie because we got you unmuted real quick. One of the rules for Zoom, if you're not talking, it's just always best to keep yourself muted so we can keep the ambient noise down. You can do that on your control panel, just down on the bottom left of that, you'll see a mute button. You can also hit the space bar to unmute yourself temporarily. But Jeannie, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? And welcome to turn on your camera and show us who you are too, if you'd like.
Okay, I'll do that in a minute. Sorry. I've been in real estate for about 13 years. I was in for a number of years and stepped out for a little while and have been back for about 4 years. I love this career and something I'm passionate about, I guess, you know, the like your family. I mean, that, you know, one of the number one things, my faith, and I'm very concerned about our country, our laws, what's going on. So a political association has always been very interesting to me, and I've been associated with the political action, Realtors Political Action, for the last couple of years, and so I want to continue to move forward and look at possibly running for office.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Jeannie. Allison?
Hi there, I'm Allison Knapp. I've been a certified appraiser for 25 years. I have been a realtor for 10 years. Currently, I am the Chief Deputy Assessor for Kootenai County. And that pretty much sums it up.
That's awesome. That's quite the background. So thank you for being here, Allison. Paul. Oh, Paul, we still got you muted.
Sorry, computer idiot.
No worries. It happens. It's got to be somebody on Zoom every time.
Yeah. You're it, Paul.
I promise. My name is Paul. I've been a realtor for about 1.5 years now. I retired after a 33-year career with the fire department as a captain in Sacramento, California, Sac Metro. Moved out here to Idaho about 6 years ago. Always have done real estate. I was flipping houses back in the 80s, and it was natural when I retired to want to come into there. Anyway, I've done a lot of work door to door, campaigning for people. I worked with Eddie Puno in California. He wrote the Proposition 8 for California that later was overturned by that was a marriage between man and woman. And I've been very involved with the pro-life out here, and just want to get active in my local community and politics, and hopefully can add in a positive way to the community. So thanks for offering this class.
Perfect, perfect. Bella, Bea, is that right?
It's Bela. Yeah, it's a Hungarian name. It's a masculine name, one L. Let's see. My background: I'm born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. Graduated Arizona State with a Bachelor of Science of Economics. I've first started real estate in about 1990 in Denver, Colorado. Practiced real estate there for about 5 years. Simultaneously, I had been a corporate buyer, purchasing agent in the private sector. In 1999, I made a bid for the director of purchasing at Spokane County. I got that job. I performed in that role for about 19 years as the director of purchasing. So I'm pretty familiar with government rules and regulations and how to do things as far as procurement and contracting is concerned. And presently, I am the assessor for Kootenai County. I should back up. I did hold a license in real estate in Washington State for about 3 or 4 years. I presently have a license in Idaho. However, I am inactive.
Sure. That's all right. Perfect. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Bella. Thank you. And last but not least, Gloria.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Boy, I'm crooked. I'm upside down. I don't know how to fix that.
That's the
I guess you'll just have to look at me that way. But so I'm Gloria Irwin. I've been a real estate associate broker realtor for 19 years. I love politics, and I realized within the last probably 7 years that I love it even more than I thought. And I'm really concerned about the direction that our country is headed and our state of Idaho. And I've been involved with state political coordinator, and I've been involved with political parties. I was the second vice chair for the Ada County Central Committee a couple years ago, and currently the state political coordinator for Idaho Realtors. And I've been an alternate and a delegate for the conventions. I'm just looking forward to learning everything I can with this training. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Gloria. You guys are in great hands here today. I mean, I've heard both these gentlemen talk before, obviously 2 years ago in Boise, and many times before that with Justin, getting to know John better and better. But these guys are the experts from our industry, and you guys are in great hands. So I'm not going to set the bar too high, but I already did. I'm going to turn it over to Justin and John.
Yeah, do you want to do a quick?
Yeah, I'll do a quick introduction. Hi, I'm Justin Allen. I'm going to be looking at the people in the room and at Zoom, I guess, alternating there. But so I'm actually based down just in neighboring Salt Lake City area. Was the government affairs director for the Salt Lake Board of Realtors down there for over 10 years, and also did work for the Utah Association of Realtors and the National Association of Realtors as a consultant for several years. And now I'm with a company called Real Strategies that is a vendor for the National Association of Realtors and for many state and local associations around the country, helping with independent expenditure, candidate campaigns, issue campaigns, and other things as well. Before a realtor world, I did have a political background. I worked for some of the folks in Utah politics that, if you've been following, you might have heard of, like Warren Hatch or Congressman Rob Bishop. Worked for them in campaign and staff capacities before joining the realtor family. And I served a couple of terms on my city council in a suburb of Salt Lake City. So I know what it's like to have your name on the sign. And I always talk about this. The thing I remember from running was how annoyed I was when I would see someone else's sign on someone's yard. Like, well, what's wrong with me? Why don't you have my sign? But so yeah, I have some of that background as well, having done this a couple of times myself. So I love this program. I think it's awesome. It's so important for realtors, people who are in the real estate industry, to be involved in local government. You know, you probably all have this issue in Idaho, I will assume, but across the country, housing inventory, not having enough housing inventory of all types across all, most price points is an issue across the country. And having people who understand real estate and housing in local government is so important to try to tackle that problem. And so it's great that you all have interest in potentially getting involved more in appointed or elected office at the city level. So that's me, and I'll turn it over to John.
Okay, great. Thank you, Justin. So my name is John Winston. I am currently the campaign services manager for the National Association of Realtors, NAR. Have served in that capacity for about the past 4 years. And I work with both our state and local independent expenditure program and our issue mobilization program. And I get to do, which is I think, don't tell my boss, is my favorite part of the job, which is to come out here and do these trainings. Because I like Justin, I believe in political involvement. It's what I've spent my whole life doing. Prior to joining NAR, I was a political consultant. I was one of those people that sent all that junk mail, what we call direct mail, to your homes. I don't know if I did any work in Idaho, but I did all over the country. Did that for a while. Prior to that, I worked for a campaign committee that focused on electing people to state and local office. And prior to that, I was a campaign manager for a number of years, running all over the country, getting people elected. So that's a little bit about me. But I'm really excited about this course, and we're going to dive in. We've got a lot to go through. For those online, feel free to, as you've already done, speak up. We want this to be interactive, especially because of the size of this group. And first of all, I love, we sometimes say we want, X number of people in a room, whatever. I love this size group. We can ask the questions, right? Justin and I are here, we may or may not know the answer, or we may or may not give you advice that's worthwhile, but we will try our best to give you some good advice. And we want this to be sort of a little bit dynamic. So with that, we're going to jump into the program, and it's this button. Is this one?
Yep. Okay. It's the power on.
No, it does not.
Let's see.
Yep.
Just takes the refresh.
Okay, great.
Off button.
And I'll be telling some stories along the way from my career and so forth. We've already done this. One thing I do want to ask real quick, we like to say is give me what is a recommendation, something that you would, if, for Justin and I, is there a restaurant, is there a book, is there a movie, is there a place here in Twin Falls or wherever you're from that you would recommend to us or recommend to the group? Like if it's a book, usually we get a lot of people saying, different business books or different books they're reading or movies they're seeing. So we're just going to go around, since everybody's already introduced their names, give us something. And we'll start with those in the room, and we'll start with Brandon, since Chanel started earlier. So Brandon, give us a recommendation of something either to see here in Twin Falls, do here in Twin Falls, or to read or movie to watch.
Man, let's say for Twin Falls, you gotta see the Niagara of the West. Obviously, if you come to Twin Falls, if you're passing through, you got to check out the falls for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Chanel?
I haven't gotten too far into the book, but I would recommend a book called The Death of Expertise.
The Death of Expertise. Okay.
Really good so far. So.
Okay, great. All right. And so then we will start. Is it Jenny? Jeannie?
Jeannie?
Yeah. Yes, Jeannie.
Gosh, I don't come from Twin Falls.
Could be where you're from. That's fine too.
Yeah, something that you would like to see. Wow, I'm brain dead. So Let's see. Well, you know, we have so many. Idaho has almost more lakes than any other state in the continental United States. So, I mean, you know, Lucky Peak is nearby, and we've got the Boise River here with the green belt. I mean, it's amazing. I've had other people come from other states bragging about their green belt, and then they were put to shame when they saw how. Yeah, I would recommend the Boise River and the green belt.
All right, great. Allison?
Hey there. So I am from Coeur d'Alene, born and raised 4th generation. So there's tons to see here, obviously the lake. I have 2 book recommendations that I really love. I don't know if you guys know Limitless with Jim Quick. That one's awesome. And then same with High Performance Habits by Brendan Burchard.
Okay, great.
I'm a book junkie.
All right, nice. Thank you. We always see, that's why I always open it up, because it could be, you know, people are passionate about different things, right? And that's part of the thing. All right. So Paul.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, Paul.
All right, this time. That's good. Let's see. I haven't been down to Twin Falls yet. I live up just north of, northwest of Boise in a little town called Emmett, Jim County. My kids all live up in Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene. And I think one of the most beautiful trips, if you're out here and you have a little bit of time, is to go up US 95 from this area up to there. It's one of the most beautiful drives in the river. It's fantastic. And books for relaxation. Brad Thor, he's the best author I've ever read. He's kind of a counterintelligence spy, but anyway, great books. But hey, thanks.
Brad Thor. Okay, great. I like the spy novels. Go ahead, Bella. You're on mute.
You said Bela, right?
Bela, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. I relocated here to the Coeur d'Alene area in 1999. I'm just going to echo what everybody else has said about Coeur d'Alene. It's absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, the secret is out, and we are the ~1 emerging market in the U.S. I think everybody has read the Wall Street Journal article. Priest Lake, Sandpoint, it's just all beautiful. I can't really say one versus the other. As far as a book, I'm not sure if you've heard of this book, but is the video reversed?
We got it. The Leadership Challenge.
The Leadership Challenge by by James Coots and Barry Posner. I would say James Coots is an awesome individual. I reached out to him when I was experiencing a very difficult period in over at Spokane County. And he took it upon himself to basically mail me this book and put some kind words in it for me. And it's just an excellent book on leadership. So I would recommend this book.
Great. Wonderful. And finally, Gloria. Gloria, you with us?
Okay. Yep, here I am. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So I didn't catch where you were from, but in Idaho, we are quite the attraction for outdoors. So fishing, boating, hiking. If you enjoy skiing, well, we definitely have that as well. You can go to Bogus Basin, which is just within a mile's drive. You can go to McCall, just a few hours. And also, real estate is no longer the best kept secret.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys for that. Like I said, we want this to be interactive, so expect to be called on in a small class. We're going to learn our names. We're going to keep this lively, right? You know, Justin and I aren't just going to talk to you for 7 hours, you know, as much as entertaining as we are. It is divided up into 7 individual models. Each model should take 45 to 60 minutes. Some of these will go a little bit longer. Some of these are going to go compressed, but we're going to go through this at your pace. Again, I encourage, if you have questions along the way, sometimes, because I've been doing this for most of my professional career, I will talk about stuff that might go, it's a little bit beyond, sort of the basics and a little bit, things I understand, and maybe I'm sort of skimming through stuff too fast. So please call me, say, hey, John, I don't understand that. Hey, Justin, I don't understand that. And that goes for the folks online as well. All right. So why should, I think actually Ryan gave a pretty good introduction about why this is such an important course and why NAR invests in this. And I think Justin talked about this because we do believe a strong democracy and strong communities depend on good people like you running for office. Okay. And it is my firm belief that realtors, people, especially realtors, but people that care about housing issues, care about these things, because sometimes we do this for Realtor Champion, are exactly the kind of people that belong to us, people that know their community, they're deeply rooted in their community. Every realtor, so I live in Alexandria, Virginia, so just outside DC. Grew up in Virginia, but have lived all over the country. But I've worked with a lot of realtors. My older brother is a realtor. Realtors know their community, right? They know where the good schools are. They know what's happening with the growth and all these sorts of things. And they care passionately because, good communities sell houses, right? Is why people come to Idaho, is because of the strong community, because of the values you have here, the things that are going on in the community, the natural beauty and all that, which is one of the reasons why I like to ask about recommendations, because I always find realtors are very proud of their hometowns, right? They're very proud of their communities. We think that you also make great public servants, right? Because you bring some of the same values you bring to your real estate license, your business is sort of things that I've seen realtors that serve in office actually sort of bring those sort of values, that customer service and focus to their public service. And look, when we talk politics, I like to say this, and I try to emphasize this. I live close to DC, but I work in DC. I work at the NAR building. If you ever get a chance in DC, it's right there by the Capitol, and it's beautiful. And I love DC. I love DC history, but we're not. This is about local community, right? And this, to me, is where democracy really is our strongest point, right? In the town councils, in the city halls across this country. That's where, it's a mess, right? Everybody's battling and doing everything up there in DC, and it's a swamp and all those sorts of things. And but at the local level, that's where you can make real progress, and you can make things, and you can create the community that you want to. And also, we need candidates who obviously understand housing and the issues surrounding housing, right? Beyond there's enough attorneys out there. There's enough people that I say that my father was an attorney. There's enough lawyers in this world, but there's like a lot of times we need people that understand the challenges for our community, understand all the issues with housing and why, as we see housing prices are skyrocketing. So that's why we do this. We want people like you to run. And I will say this, if you're in this room, and the biggest thing a lot of times you run into is people think, I got to do this. I'm not qualified to run. If you're in this room, if you're willing to spend this time with us, and even though I haven't met you other than your brief introductions, I've worked with a lot of candidates over time. And I'm going to tell you, you are all as smart and as qualified and able to be a good public servant as they are, right? If you have the interest and the passion, you have what it takes to be a good public servant. And hopefully after the end of this day, we're going to have the tools. It sounds like some of you guys have been, already politically involved, but we'll have some of the tool sets to run a more efficient campaign and hopefully a more successful campaign when you do decide to run. I also say for those online, for in person, this course is also intended, even if you're just thinking long-term, if you're not running now and you want to get more involved in campaigns, some of this stuff today, we will go over, we'll help you sort of think through what's happening, when you see the big congressional campaign stuff going through, why they make certain decisions and all that. So hopefully this will be interesting to my fellow political junkies, since again, if you're in this room, I'm assuming you're a political junkie, right? Or online. All right, so here's the course modules. I'm not going to read through them. we're going to try to cover as much ground as we can. We'll take a break at about 10:30 today. So in a little bit over an hour, just about 15 minutes, give people online and folks a little bit of a break. And then we are going to keep going until 12:30 for lunch. And then we're going to take another half-hour break or so. And then I think we have a guest speaker hopefully coming at that time. And then we'll try to finish up after our guest speaker. So we're going to go through all these, what it takes to run. And with that, I will give it to the actual guy who's actually been elected to office.
Thank you, John. All right, so the first module, I promise, is not meant to scare or dissuade anybody from running for office at some point. But we do want to talk about some things on, what it takes to run, what are some things to maybe do to put you in the best position to be successful. Once you run, some things to be aware of, being a part of a campaign or public service. So I want to run through some of these things here for the next 30 minutes or so, probably. So the first question that I think every candidate needs to ask themselves, and you'll be asked this question during a campaign over the course of the campaign many times. Why are you running, right? And so, as someone who cares about politics and wants to be involved, being able to articulate your desire to run, why you're doing it, what you hope to accomplish is really, really important. And you're going to be asked this question in a lot of different settings, probably, maybe in front of a group, one-on-one with voters. There'll be cases where you need to come up with a good answer, probably in 10 seconds, just something really compelling in a quick interaction. You might have 30 seconds, or you might have, a few minutes to be able to elaborate and speak to that. And so it is important, before you get yourself in a campaign, to sort of, really ask yourself that, both just for, why am I doing it? What are my motivations? And also to be able to express that to voters as well. And, we have a couple of pictures here of our last two presidents, and, both of them were able to come up with, convey some why they're running and turn that into some branding that, kind of help set the stage for their campaign, where even if people didn't have time to really dig into issues, they had a quick sense of, what the candidate was about, right? Obama was about hope and change and very aspirational, type of message. And President Trump had, the Make America Great Again, and, sort of those messages. And in both cases, these candidates were able to convey a very concise, believable, persuasive message in just a little bit of that branding and creating that, why they're running. Now, obviously, as a local candidate at, state or local level, you'll want to be able to talk about, some of the specific things that are going on in your community that you're passionate about, and, what in your background, makes you someone who has a lot to give, to the community and things like that. But this is a good thing to be able to, to practice, really being able to answer this question in a compelling, persuasive way, when you're asked as a candidate. So there are a lot of things that, anybody can do now to prepare for a campaign in the future. Whether that campaign is a year away or, even longer out into the future. One of as I work with candidates, some of the things that I encourage them to start doing, you can do way before any filing period, would be to, formulate that, why I'm running spiel, kind of talk, think about the issues and where, what your position is on all of those issues. Think about what motivates you, and, turning that into content. You're going to, running for office, you're going to need to have a website, social media presence. You'll probably do outreach with direct mail and things like that, which we'll get into in much more detail later on. But it's good to start thinking through, what your public positions are going to be once you do decide to run. there's a lot of research that you can do on your district that you're thinking about running in terms of the number of voters, you know, the demographics of the voters, you know, what are the issues that are important, what's going on at the meetings of the local government now. All of that sort of research and preparation will be helpful. Putting together lists of prospective donors, volunteers, sign locations. You know, if someone's going to be running for city council or, you know, something coming up, I tell them to go through the entire voter file and everybody that you know, kind of put them in a category of, this is someone who I could ask to put up a sign on their property, or this is someone who would be willing to volunteer, host a meeting at their house, or maybe, you know, pass some flyers out around in the neighborhood, or, you know, people I could ask even $10 for, and we'll get into fundraising much more, but, you know, those are some initial lists that every prospective candidate can start working on before they run. Looking for opportunities to serve in the community and get involved. We'll talk more about that, I think, in the next slide, but never too early to start getting involved in your community, and mentioned starting to attend, you know, the public meetings of the office that you're interested in and being a part of, and then starting to network. And, you know, you guys are, a lot of you in the real estate industry, you're fortunate because, you know, a lot of the skill sets that make successful candidates are also the skill sets that make successful real estate practitioners. So being able to network and market and, you know, find common ground with people out there, and you know, those same skills are really, really useful for politics. So some ideas for how to get involved now that will help in a future political run. Obviously, you know, many of you are involved with trade associations, whether those are realtor or otherwise. Getting involved in your trade association. You know, the outreach committees can really help with networking and being involved with, you know, different charitable pursuits or community efforts. Planning commission, city commissions, other things. So most cities, counties have a lot of volunteer opportunities to be involved, a lot of volunteer committees, work groups that they're looking for interested citizens to be a part of. Those are great ways to get some good experience and really start to understand the issues and get to know people. In most cases, they'll have maybe a form you can fill out that they'll just have on file for when they're looking to fill some of those appointed positions or volunteer opportunities. So that's a really great way to get involved. I know a lot of you mentioned you've been involved in your political party. That's, you know, obviously a good way to start to network and get plugged in on what's going on. Whether your office is going to be, that you're interested in, is going to be a partisan office or not, there's a lot of value in getting involved there, knowing who the players are, maybe knowing who has money that they want to, you know, invest in campaigns, and just developing some of those relationships. And then, you know, whatever community organizations there are, you know, chambers of commerce, Rotary, PTA, you know, there's a million different examples of organizations in your community that, you know, it provides you good experience and also helps begin creating those networks that are going to be useful in a future campaign. So some very general advice here on sort of what we've seen, you know, the attributes of winning candidates would be some of these that are on this slide. Again, every campaign is different, you know, depending on how many candidates are in the race. You know, all the dynamics of each campaign are unique, but generally speaking, from what we've seen, the candidate who works the hardest to directly contact likely voters is very likely to be successful. And, you know, in a lot of cases, this could mean door-to-door meeting voters. You know, this could include phone calls or other types of meetings. We'll get into more of that later on today, but that is a truism that we see in most campaigns, is the candidate that does directly contact the most voters is usually successful. The candidate who has the best network of volunteers who complete grassroots campaign tasks. You know, whether this is people who help with signs or host meetings, or again, pass out flyers or things, post things on social media that are supportive of the campaign. Having that type of network and that type of grassroots campaign really helps a campaign maintain momentum, and it usually leads to a successful campaign. The candidate that markets their message the best through a variety of tools. We're going to talk through a lot of the different outreach methods, but voters are, you reach voters through a lot of different means. There are voters that are reached best through direct mail, and then there's voters that are reached best on their phones through social media or online advertising, or there are some voters that are going to need the face-to-face interaction. The candidate that is able to promote their brand and reinforce that brand multiple ways to really try to make an impact on voters. Because let's be honest, for local candidates, a lot of the battle is just getting people to recognize your name. If you're on the ballot and, city council people or even state legislators like to think that people are paying attention and know who they are. But the harsh truth is that very few people know who their elected officials are. And so it is important for candidates and incumbent elected officials. You're going to have to get people to understand who you are and what you've done. The candidate who raises the most money from the largest number of contributors. So you'll notice this doesn't say the candidate that raises the largest contributions in terms of amount, right? So obviously you've got to have some amount of money to run, to do campaign signs and mail and, some of those things, right? Some money is required, but being able to get voters and people and others invested in your campaign through even small contributions has a lot of value beyond just the money for the campaign. Gets people invested in wanting to, see you be successful, certainly vote for you, but also help in other ways. And it demonstrates, if you've got a campaign that has a lot of even $5 or $10 contributions on your disclosure, that shows to people that you've got a lot of community support, and that people are willing to invest in you. So there's a lot of value in that. And then the candidate that develops the best plan for campaigning in all of the voting phases of the election. Remind me, if you know, have you guys gone to vote by mail here in Idaho? Or do you still do, Cameron, do you know this? Is it still, how is it vote by mail? Is it still in person with early voting, or how does it work here?
You can vote by mail, but you have to request your ballot. Okay. So I think I voted by mail before, so they'll send out some reminders or some other things, and then you have to go out and you have to request it. Gotcha. So it's legal.
That's great. My point is, so even 10 years ago, it used to be everybody's going to vote on one day, on election day. And so you kind of had your campaign plan all focused on that. I know we've got some people who have experience in Washington politics and elsewhere. Slowly, more and more states are moving where you have certainly early voting, but a lot of states, Washington, Utah, where I'm from, are all vote by mail now. I mean, you can, turn in your ballot at an early voting location or on election day, but people being mailed ballots is becoming the norm, and even just the election windows where people can go is the norm. And what that means is, as a campaign, you've got a plan for that, before you can kind of have your campaign sort of build up to one day at the end. And now, you've got people sometimes voting 3-4 weeks in advance of election day. And if they haven't heard from you, you're at a disadvantage. And so the candidate who puts together their plan to be able to, understand when all the people are voting and being able to get their message out and maintain that momentum through that entire period through election day is likely to be the successful candidate. Let's see, we talked about that. Just a few other items on, what it takes. So it's good just to understand sort of the time commitment that's involved in both running a campaign and serving in public office. And, you can do that by obviously talking to the people who've served in those positions. But, in a lot of cases, running for office and certainly serving for office can really be like adding a part-time job, at least, to your schedule and your life. And so just understanding sort of what you're getting involved in, I think is important for candidates. Public scrutiny. So it's just, again, not trying to dissuade anybody, but occasionally, I know this sort of sounds counterintuitive to what we just talked about, like nobody knowing who you are, but sometimes in local office in particular, there will be issues that are controversial enough where, you will have people that will grab you at the grocery store or church or, wherever, the school, and want to talk to you about issues. You might have people who avoid you because they don't like what you did, and you'll be aware of that, that you'll be able to sense some of that. So just understanding that, there is going to be some scrutiny to the decisions that you make. It is good to have a little bit of developing a little bit of thick skin, a little bit on it. People, not everybody's going to like you or everything that you do, and that's okay. Sometimes you have to make really hard decisions for the long-term benefit of your community. One of the last things that I did on my city council was that we had some state and federal money that was available to expand one of our main intersections in our community. And that was going to require that we widen that intersection a little bit and take a little bit of property from a couple of the property owners there. And we had a lot of backlash against that from those property owners and the people that in that area that were sympathetic to those property owners. And I'm a believer in private property rights. I was working for the Realtors at the time, and that was a very tough issue. But ultimately, with that, with my city official hat on, we recognized that this was the right decision for our community and just a growing community that needed that. And ultimately, it was the right decision. Nobody would even, you would think it was crazy if we, have that smaller intersection, but that was a difficult thing. So just, there will be some tough little issues like that that will pop up occasionally when you're serving. Financial impact and family are kind of tied, and again, this is tied to sort of the time commitment, but they're just with that time commitment that there's the opportunity costs of, maybe not being able to do some other things. I think most people who are involved in public service find it to be worthwhile. There are some people who would probably say maybe they've lost a little bit of business or, some opportunities in their career for that, but most people find that trade-off worthwhile, but that's something to be aware of. Impact on family. When I was serving, I did have, my kids were younger and they did sort of resent that, Tuesday night I was going to be gone to city council, and I think overall, again, it was a net positive thing, for me to be involved. But again, just something to be aware of there, that there is some time commitment there that may have to take you away from your family, and so hopefully your family's in a position to be able to support you and help you with that. What makes a great candidate? So again, just some very general things, and some of these we've talked about. So passionate about their community. Voters are going to sense, that a candidate cares about the community, right? And they're going to sense sometimes if a candidate feels like they're kind of more in it for themselves than the community. And so, being able to express that and have that passion for the community and expressing that is important, I think, because voters can sometimes tell that. And again, that dedication to making a difference, voters can sense some of that in candidates, especially in those personal interactions. Having your, family and business life kind of organized for success. It's really tough to run a good campaign if, there's a lot of other things pulling you in other directions. Again, you want to be able to balance things, right? But it's good. Ideally, you've got things set up in a way where, you're able to devote some good time, to the campaign and your public service. Again, back to the realtor skill set. So good at negotiating and asking for things. We'll get into that here in a little bit more in just a minute, but that's important. And then ability to sell the future, right? Again, this is back to that persuasive message to voters. Why electing you is going to lead to a stronger community, and then having a story to tell. John's going to get into the importance of having a personal story to tell as a candidate when he talks about messaging. So we're not going to get into that here. All right, just a few other things that are really important for candidates to be able to do. And these can be gut check things. These can be hard things for some people. And that's okay. I think it's actually a normal, potentially healthy thing sometimes for people to have to get out of their comfort zone to do some of these things. But as a candidate, it's really important for you to be able to ask people for their vote, be able to ask for money, and be able to ask for help. So asking for votes, this seems like maybe an obvious thing, but you'd be surprised how many candidates have a hard time. It seems presumptuous sometimes to like, hey, I'm so special, I'm great, but you have to be able to ask people for their vote and again, express why you're a good choice, why you're going to lead to a better community. And so being able to ask for people's votes directly on the phone and little neighborhood meetings, is really, really important as a candidate to get them to commit to supporting you. Asking for money, we talked about this, and this may be the hardest one, right? I mean, asking people for money can be difficult. John's going to get into this in great detail in the fundraising chapter, but as a candidate, you really need to be able and willing to ask for money. He's going to go through all the strategies of this later, so we will move on from there. And then asking for help. So, this is back to setting up that volunteer organization, that grassroots organization. You will there's not enough time for you as the candidate to do everything, right? Even if you can devote full time to it, you will need people to help. And more importantly, your campaign will be more successful if you have the energy and excitement and momentum that comes from having people helping in a good grassroots campaign. So being able to ask your supporters to give their time to the cause is important as well. With that, I want to open up to any questions. Any questions from anybody in the room or online about any of that we talked about?
When it came to your local campaign that you ran, what like in terms of fundraising, I guess, how did you figure out who to go to? I guess we'll get to fundraising later. But
No, great question. I mean, the short answer is anybody that I knew got a request.
Yeah.
Period. So obviously it's great to have people who live who are voters in the community to be on that list, but every relative, everybody in my phone, that I thought, okay, I reached out to. John's going to get more into this as well, but yeah, that's the short answer. And every campaign is going to be different on your needs, right? On sort of what your budget is. And so, so some of these poor candidates who are trying to scrape personal money for congressional campaigns on the federal level. I feel a lot of sympathy for it. John's had to squeeze a lot of candidates to make lots of phone calls, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll give you since we're already on this, and I think we should say this several times because I think this is a very important point. Fundraising is a negotiation, okay? It's not a matter of whether they're going to give you money, it's a matter of how much. And for your list, it's anybody that you know over time that you can, has some amount of money. And it might be $10 or it might be $1,000. And that's going to be the argument. I'll get into that in a little bit. Believe me, I'm going to go deep into that. But That's the short answer. It's negotiation. It's just like selling a house. It's like selling anything. It's selling yourself and your campaign. But ask everybody. Okay, even if your budget is $1,000, ask a lot of people for $25. Right, like it's always something that Justin talked about. Was one of the things candidates I've worked with both raise a lot of money because that allows them to get their message out, but it's also usually spread wide, far and wide. It's not people that, self-financers, there's some advantage to self-financing your campaign. But generally what that problem with that is, it gets you out of that zone of asking people for things and interacting with the community. And some of the biggest failed candidates have been essentially self-financers. There was a guy, Huffington in California, who at that time set a record of personal money amount spent and lost, going away, even though he outspent his opponent by 2 to 1. Now it's California, maybe there was other reasons, but again, like a lot of times self-financers have a higher rate of loss than people that raise money from lots of people. But we'll circle back to that. Very good question. Campaign planning and budgeting. Now, most people say, hey, I'm running for a local office. I'm going to raise $1,000. I'm going to buy some signs. Why do I have to write a campaign plan? Because what I would say to you, if it's not on paper, it's not a plan. Okay. Think of a plan as like a business plan or your mortgage fund. Like you have to have some direction. It's a goal list. It's what drives you every day to sort of, how are you going to get there from here? Okay. And my argument to you is why you should write this down. And like I said, I used to do much campaigns running all over the country. And I'll be honest with you. My plan was usually the quote budget, right? Like if somebody asked me for the plan, it was, here's my budget. Well, the budget is part of your plan, but it's not the plan, right? The budget is the sort of financial documents that go with what your overall plan is. And I'm going to go through the different elements of this and I'll walk you through it. And again, to me, when I was a manager, it was the exercise of writing a plan that actually clarified my thoughts and my strategic thinking, and also allowed me to sort of, understand what I was up against, right? And let me walk through this and I'll show what this is, okay? So why develop a campaign plan? How are you going to win, right? If you can't write it down, right, you got to be able to write things down, like how you're going to do something. I tell this to I have a son who just finished high school, but you got to be able to write down, like, what are your goals? How are you going to, if you can't write it down, if you can't articulate it, then you're not going to get there. How are you going to organize your campaign? How are you going to allocate your resources efficiently? And one of the things I say about this course is, so my son is, he's a big gamer. Anybody plays video games? I don't know if anybody plays video games, but there's always these like cheat codes, right? If you do X, you hit this mushroom or this pipe or something, you get extra coins or whatever, right? And one of the things I would say about this course is, why I would recommend anybody taking this course is, hopefully throughout the day, we're going to get you a couple cheat codes, right? That makes, when you decide to run for office or when you're running a campaign for somebody else, that will allow you to find what are the shortcuts, right? As in life, in planning and campaigns, that allows you to be more successful. And my argument to you is, one of the cheat codes is to have a written campaign plan, because a lot of people don't do it. But this is actually a stress reliever. It allows you to sort of focus yourself, allocate your resources efficiently, think through how you're going to get there from here, how many door hours you need, how many dollars do you need, right? So I would argue also that if you're thinking about running, something you can do, Justin mentioned a couple of things that you can do to sort of prepare. I would add to that list, write your campaign plan, right? Or at least write the first draft of the campaign plan. Plans get sort of edited over time, but write a plan sort of that helps to clarify your thoughts. Okay? It doesn't have to be War and Peace. It could be a 2-page document. It could be a 1-page document and a budget. But as I walk through these elements, what I'd argue to you is have a written plan. And it also lets you set realistic budget and finance plans, and inspires contributor and volunteer confidence. And I also say this, for those that are married or have significant others or in relationships, children, you can show this to them and say, this is what I'm trying to do, right? You can also think about this as a way, and look, you're juggling a lot of things. You're not a professional politician, right? You're not running for president where it's a full-time job and you've got a cadre of thousands of people looking out for your best interests. It's really a lot of times running for local office or state and local office. It's you and your best friends and some people that you know that have been involved. And maybe you get to a point where you can hire a manager, but it's really you. So write a plan to help your sanity and keep you on track on what you want to do and accomplish over the course of this. So we talk about the 3 key elements. You'll hear this all the time. You'll hear this in business. You'll hear this in campaigns. If anybody's been into any course, what are the 3 key elements, right? Time. And that, for those that don't, for online, that's supposed to be Bitcoin, which I know is going through a moment right now. Okay, so time, money, and people, right? Of those things, right, what is the one non-renewable resource? And I've been doing these virtually for the last 1.5 years, so I'm going to, all right, Brandon or Chanel, what is the one non-renewable resource up here?
Time.
Right. Yeah, very good. You get the gold star for that. Sorry, Brandon. No, you're good. Yes, you can get more money. And when I talk about fundraising, there's always more money. Every candidate in the world, Donald Trump could raise more money, right? Like every candidate in the world can raise more money. Okay, it's there. It's just a desire, will, and time, and all, and access time. You can go get more people to help you, to free you up to do other things, to go knock doors for you, all those sorts of things. You can go out and find people to do that. The one thing you don't have is there's X number of days to election day, or when the election is over. I don't even, now with absentee ballots and early voting, to Justin's point earlier, election day is now just the last day of the election. In some states, in some places, it's not even the last day because it goes on for weeks after when they're counting. But last day the votes can be cast. And so you have X number of hours. So how do you allocate your time with all the other things going on in your life, right? Your business people, you've got maybe families, you've got community obligations, you got, you want to find time to exercise, you want to find time, you got to go to a wedding of your best friend or your aunt or, your niece or something like that. There's all sorts of things. And why I will say to you is a written plan is your best friend in this scenario, right? It allows you to sort of think through and allocate your time and all your resources efficiently. So what you see up there is the different components. And I'm going to go through all these fairly quickly, spend a little bit more time with each, but think of these as if I was sitting down and writing a campaign plan. As a campaign manager, I was advising Chanel here how to run for office, and we said I was her campaign manager. These would probably be like the title sections, right? This part 1, Roman number 1, Roman number 2, right? And again, these do not have to be extensive. When you write about the political environment, you don't have to write a 4-page thesis. When I ran statewide campaigns, they were more extensive than when I was running, helping a guy run for circuit court clerk in Richmond. Okay. It's just it's the nature of the beast. But what you want to do is think about what is the political environment in your area, in your state, in your election. Because, okay, if it is a big year, it's say it's 2022 and you think that Republicans are going to be turning out through roofs in your area because they're upset about the direction of the country. Okay, why is that important to you if, say, you're running for a nonpartisan office? Well, it tells you who's turning out, right? Just the same way if you think, oh, it's a down year, it's a Democratic year. So Okay, maybe I have to extend who I'm talking to if I'm running for a nonpartisan office, or if I'm running for a partisan office, I have to weigh into this. Maybe I have to go deeper into my strategy, to go deeper into sort of the persuadable bucket than just the base, right? And look, it all depends on your election. Is your election in May or is it in November, right? What else is on the ballot, right? Is there a gubernatorial election? That's going to drive turnout. And when we get into vote targeting and all that, you're going to see like the variability of elections. There could be, I've seen places with that have 100,000 residents and 1,200 people show up to vote in an election. So no, don't be acting like, and then a year later, 25, 30,000 people show up to vote, right? And then in a presidential year, then 60,000 people show up. So don't be talking to those 50,000 people that don't show up for your election. And also, what are the issues that people care about in your community? What are the things that are driving people? Are people happy with what's happening here in Twin Falls? Are they unhappy? Are they happy with what's happening in Idaho? Are they unhappy? What's the issue that's driving them? Is it housing affordability? Is that an issue? What's going on out there? So, like I said, you don't have to be a political theorist to write this. But what this will do is help you with your next step, which is thinking about your strategy. And when I talk about strategy, there's two parts of it, which is tactics and strategy are sort of intertwined. But your strategy is, how do you get to 50 plus 1? Now it says 50 plus 1 up there. When I was a campaign manager, I always shot for 52%, right? Because the truth is, as Justin sort of mentioned, how hurt he was when somebody would go out there and not have his yard sign. You're never going to get 100% of the vote. There is no candidate on earth that gets 100% of the vote, even those running unopposed. Okay, just doesn't happen. Somebody's going to write in Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, or something just to be funny. Okay, so you're never going to get 100%. What your goal here is to just get to that winning margin. If you get more than that, great. If you get less than that, not so great. Right? This is all about winning. You better run to win. So thinking about what is your strategy? So if you've got 1,200 people or 1,000 people voting in your election, you've estimated based on previous turnout. How do I get to 520 votes? Right? My goal is to talk to this 520 votes. Okay, so that's part of the strategy. The other part is sort of gets into your message. What is your message to folks, and how are you going to communicate that? Some people call it, you can do like a box sort of where you're going to analyze your weaknesses versus your opponents. I would argue, actually, I would spend more time, most of the time, and when we get into messaging, thinking about what are your strengths as a candidate. Because something I'll say over and over again during the course of this campaign is, a lot of times, especially for local office, your biggest opponent isn't the other people running for that office. It is the daily distraction of modern life, right? You're trying to say something important to people and why you should represent them and what your values are and why they can trust you to represent them on city council or town council or whatever, county council or whatever it is. But they're not listening. Even people that show up in low turnout elections don't tune in till very late in the election. And I'll tell you this, from personal experience, I'll show you guys some mail a little bit later. I live in the city of Alexandria. I obviously am a political junkie. I do this for a living. And we just had a city council election, not nonpartisan, or it was a Democratic primary, but basically whoever wins the Democratic primary goes on to win the general election. And it was top 6, and there was like 14 candidates running, and I didn't have anything to base my vote on, right, in this election, other than the communications I received. And I'll be honest with you, as a political junkie who cares about this, votes in every single election. I didn't make up my mind until the day before the election. I sort of had a list. I watched the debates. I guarantee you, when I went to go watch the debates, I think I was viewer number 547. This is a town of 100,000 people. Okay, I was like viewer 547 watching the city council. These are people to decide. That's the level. And this is in a town that's just outside of Washington, D.C., very politically engaged electorate. 507 people had viewed the one and only debate among the city council members to make up their decide. Okay, so I'll give you that. So think about what's the strategy. And then the following thing is the tactics, is how are you going to get your message out there, right? So strategy to me is like is the roof, and then the tactics are sort of what supports it. How do you sort of get your message, or how you're going to convey to people that they can trust you to represent them? Is it direct mail? Is it going door to door? Is it TV, if you have the ability to do TV? Sometimes in local races, because the markets are so cheap, you can people actually get up on cable or so forth. And all that sort of thing is, but you got to know how much does that cost? What's the timeline on all that? Are you going to self-produce it? You're going to have people that work with you, all those sorts of things. So that's sort of your tactics, right? So section 2, you write, I'm going to win because I believe I care about this community, and whatever your message is, and I'm going to communicate that to 520 voters, and that's how I'm going to win. And then the tactics is I'm going to do X number of pieces of mail. I'm going to knock on 1,000 doors, and I'm going to do whatever, right? So that's the tactics section of your plan. And then there's the timeline. Now, when I was writing campaign plans as a manager, I always start with the timeline. And this is one of my cheats for you. And a lot of people just put down the first part, which is all what you should do when you think about the timeline. Okay, when is election day? Okay, put it down. When do absentee ballots go out? What are the big electoral written in stone things that you have on your timeline? Okay, just have it in writing. Whatever date it is. When are your campaign finance reports and different reports due? Right, those are the things written in stone. These are electoral dates that you have to know going forward. So write all that down. That's the first step. That's what I would do first. Then the second thing I would do is you add all that. Then the second thing is, okay, what are the events in our community that I will have to be there, right? What is the 4th of July parade, Memorial Day parade, Labor Day, whatever it is. There's no community I've ever been to. I loved when I was in campaign. One of the things I loved about campaign is I loved going into communities because I traveled all over. I love just seeing all the traditions, and I'm a junkie for that stuff. I love it. I love going to parades. I love going on. Now, as a campaign manager, I also don't think parades get you a lot of votes. But there's certain community events, whatever it is, there's a bean supper, there's something out there that everybody's got to go to. So write those things. You'll probably be invited to at least one debate that, like I said, nobody will watch other than your friends and family. But you'll have to go to it. So that's the second part. So first, write down the hard electoral things that are mandated by state or local government. 2, write down the sort of community events. Now, that's where people usually stop. I think the next thing to do is then start talking about what are your business commitments and your personal commitments. This is where it becomes really I did a training in Texas. There was a state rep out from East Texas, youngish man, had a young family. And what he was a broker, and in Texas, running for state rep districts in Texas are about half the size of congressional district in population. His state legislative district was 4 counties. It was huge, probably like a lot of county ones here in Idaho. it was over 150 miles across. So he'd get in his pickup truck and drive, you know, it's rural East Texas, Piney Woods of East Texas. And so he'd have to spend a lot of time in his truck and campaigning, going to, you know, courthouse to courthouse. And so what he would do is every morning he would, he had a young family, he would have 2 hours and he would be present for his family. He was going to spend that 2 hours with them, and that's all he was going to do. Then he would go into his brokerage. He had a young brokerage. He would spend 4 hours at the brokerage. And then 1 o'clock, he went off and campaigned until the end of the day. And he did that day after day. And that discipline allowed him to be successful. And that's, I think, very, very important. So you're going to have certain work obligations. And the problem with realtors tends to be like, we don't know when we're closing, right? We don't know when the deal is going down. We don't know when we have a new client who wants to meet with us, talk to us. But it's the best you can try to schedule those things that you can't get to. Are you going to conferences? You got other things that you got, you know, that you want to write into the calendar. And the other thing is write in your personal time. Like, okay, I know candidates that like are obsessive. I'm a little, you know, they have to get their jaw running every day. You know, they have to do X. You got to have your self-care. Right? What are your other family obligations? Is there a wedding that you know, that your favorite niece is getting married? You're going. I don't care. This campaign is really important, but I'm going to see my niece get married, nephew, whatever. Write all those sorts of things down, because what you're trying to do is find what the goal of the plan and the timeline is. What are the blocks of time that I can campaign in? Okay, we're finding those windows of opportunity, because if you pre-schedule this stuff, you're going to be more efficient, right? If you know that between now and election day, I have 100 hours to give to this campaign, okay, 100 hours. Sounds like a lot. How am I going to allocate that? I'm going to have to fundraise. Well, fundraising takes time. It just does. Nobody goes out and raises their budget in the first half hour. Okay. It's just like any work. I like to run. I've run a marathon, not very fast, but I did run a marathon. But I didn't start out and run 26.2 miles that first time I ever went running. You have to build up. Same with fundraising. Door knocking. If you do nothing, if you run your campaign on a shoestring budget, say for, you know, a couple $100, you should be out there door knocking. Running for local office, if you do nothing else, be a beast on the doors. Like, own those doors. Even if you have to get in your pickup truck and drive from door to door, go out there and talk to people. Running for state and local office is a lot about, you know, going out and meeting voters. And even in this, I think we're past it. I used to have to put in a caveat in this day and age with masks and all that. People are weird. You know, don't worry about it. Go out there. You got to sort of, but that takes time, right? And I'm going to tell you this, you get better over time. I used to talk about getting into sort of door knocking shape when I was out there doing it as a volunteer. Like, the first time you go out there, you're going to be like, oh my God, it's so hot, I'm winded. By the end of the election season, you're like, you're a marathon person. You're ready to go. You can knock doors all day. You know, if you're doing enough doors, you could do it all day. Like, you're just like 4 hours on the doors, give it to me. Like, let's go. All these sorts of things have to be factored in. Again, also, the other thing is, okay, if you're going to do direct mail, and I'll talk about direct mail because I think it's a very important component for local race, is how long does it take? You know, post office it's not instant delivery. The one thing about online advertising, it goes up, it's there. Broadcast advertising, you drop it at the station gets it, it's up. You know when certain. Direct mail, you don't know. So you got to build it a bunch of time. You got to design it. You got to get it printed. You got to get it scheduled to print. You got all sorts of things you got to worry about. And guess what? You got to think about getting that into people's hands before they start making decisions. So I'm going to show some examples of this and why sometimes, you know, people ran out of time. Campaign structure, don't worry about it. This is like just to show you that there's all sorts of tasks on a campaign. This is, This is for a big campaign. This is not your campaign structure. I would argue to you, though, that you do want to spend time to sort of figure out who's my treasurer, who's going to fill out this campaign finance reports, who's going to put out yard signs, who's going to go door knocking with me, who's going to pick up the lid, who's, you know, like all these tasks and responsibilities, who's going to go recruit volunteers. And what I generally find is that people, if the answer keeps coming back and the answer is John Winston, John Winston, John Winston, right? I used to joke when I was a campaign manager, when I did state legislative races, that I was both the campaign manager and the janitor, because we were running pretty small campaigns. And guess what? When you have a volunteer night and you order pizza, somebody's got to take the pizza boxes out, right? Somebody's got to sweep up. Somebody's got to lock up, right? You got to take care of this. Nobody's above this when you're running for local office. But the answer is, if you answer keeps coming back, John Winston, like, and you're running for office, find help. Ask people. One of the best investments you can do with your time is spending some time asking friends to come and help you to do certain specific tasks, right? Extend your reach, right? Find those people that can add, you know, things. There's certain things that only the candidate can do. One is ask for money at this level. If you decide to run for president, God bless you and good luck. You can have other people ask you for money for you, right? You can have professional fundraisers. This level, you don't have professional fundraisers. You're doing it yourself. You should be the one asking for votes. Now, you can have volunteers ask for votes, but it's always best for a candidate to look somebody in the eye and get them to sort of say, yes, I will vote for you. Because actually people, I will tell you this, my experience is somebody looks you in the eye, says, I'll vote for you, to the candidate, you've got that vote. They say that to a volunteer, maybe, right? But it's very important. You know, there's something about there's a secret to that, right? Which is you make a commitment. People make a commitment, they try to honor that commitment as much as they can. That's why it's important to always be asking. All right, a couple of more things before we take a little break here. Biggest question I get is, how much does it cost to run for office? And here's my answer. I'm going to give it to you. Here's a secret. You know what the answer is? More. The answer is more. Because none of you will ever raise enough money to completely saturate what you're over communicate. Okay? Donald Trump raised and spent like $1 billion in his last presidential election. Had all the coverage in the world, all the free press in the world going around, good, negative, whatever, blah, blah, blah. All these different channels, it's out there tweeting, all this, like all billions worth of, not just besides what he spent on his campaign. And take it, Democrats, the same thing, billions of dollars. And yet, 2 weeks before an election, presidential election, most known identified person in the country, and people were undecided, right? Who are these people? I don't know. I would like to meet them. I've done focus groups. People also, you know, for various reasons, all that information out. And what I'm going to say is, the biggest people say is, I don't want to send people too much information about me. Okay, you can't, right? I'm a political junkie. I was looking for direct mail, but most people are not me. They don't see that direct mail that you send. And if you knock their doors, chances are you're going to miss them. Most people, especially if they work, you know, you're going to miss them. They're not getting too much information from you. They're getting not enough. Now, that said, and when I think about money and fundraising, it's just an ability to spread your money. So you need as much as you can. But you have to, but what you want to do is, the other side of fundraising is spending your money wisely, meaning trying to allocate it to things that are most effective and efficient. And we'll get into that when we talked about direct voter contact. You know, so, but you have to sort of figure out what is a realistic budget. However, I'm going to say this: if you're running for a local office, do not put down that I'm going to raise $1 million. Now, I will argue to you that everybody online and everybody in this room, even Cameron, with my coaching, he would take a lot of coaching. Cameron would, but he could raise $1 million. God, I swear to God, I swear to the Lord, right? You could raise $1 million. You're not going to need that for running for local office. What is a realistic budget? What is the reasonable expectation, right? If the tradition is that, you know, most people like send 3 pieces of mail out in their election, your goal is probably to get 5 or 6 pieces of mail. What does that cost? What does it cost to print up the yard signs that you want? What does it cost to print up those door hangers or things that you want to leave behind, right? What does that all cost? There's a cost to that, you know. So what is it? And the other thing about this is that, you know, it doesn't do you any good, in this case, if it's $100,000, to raise $80,000 in October, okay? Because you might have had to pay your direct mail vendor. You know, I make the joke that the U.S. Post Office and TV stations do not take IOUs. I've checked, right? They're cash on delivery, right? You've got to have, the money's got to be in your hand when you want to spend these things, okay? So when you're doing your budget, don't just like, okay, I need to raise $18,500. You need to sort of go to the next step of when do you need that money? The truth is it's usually the last 2 months of the election, but you might have some overall expenses. If you're running for state legislature and you have a manager, you're going to have to pay that manager if it's a full-time person. So all these sorts of things you got to think about and include in your plan. So with that, I know I covered a lot of material here. Any questions before, and then if once we're done with questions, we'll take a 10, 15-minute break.
What's the ballpark on a mailer? What does that typically cost?
All right, so a direct mail, various sizes and types of mail, but you work with a consultant, and depending, there's 2 factors that go into how many pieces and you know what the size and pieces. If you're doing a small run, it's actually more expensive. I always told, when I was a direct mail consultant, I always said the most expensive part, anybody's worked with a printer, is turning on the printer, right? Getting the printer, like lining that up. Like sometimes it's more efficient to do a run of 2,000 or 5,000 than it is to do a run of 3,000 per piece. But ballpark, I would say you're talking I've had, it's like say $1 a piece. When you're working with a professional consultant, maybe half that, a third of that, including postage here, maybe a third of that when you're doing it, producing it yourself. But I would make the argument to you that you want to work with a direct mail consultant, even if it means getting a good piece of mail out the door is better than, you know, 1 good piece of mail is better than 2 bad pieces of mail. But so think about, it's going to range probably, I would say, ballpark 60 cents to $1 per piece. So for 1,000 pieces, you're going to spend, I get say $800 for 1,000 pieces of mail. It's going to, the per price piece is going to go down as you sort of go bigger in your universes. That's a good question.
How often do you kind of recommend to make that market impact? You know, so if you're trying to saturate a market,
right,
or maybe it's a specific demographic or
well, so here's my thing is that we'll get into this direct mail. It's like repetition. The thing about direct mail, campaigns are different than businesses, right? You know, if you're good at marketing, you understand a lot of the things you need to know about campaigns. You know, it's the same thing as marketing. But I would argue that you should be dropping a piece of mail every 3 to 5 business days. So that's 1 to 2 a week to get a cumulative, because what you're trying to do is get out of all the pieces that you're dropping, they're going to look at it for a very short amount of time, and then they're going to move on to the next thing.
Sure.
Right. So in their lives, they're going to look at it real quick. It's a cumulative impact, right? So it's having to look and it's keep going after one after another. Okay. Other questions? Anybody online? Everybody's still with us? Notice everybody's turned off their camera. That's fine. I do the same thing.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here too.
All right. So unless we have any other questions, we are going to take a break until 10:45. So those online, if you want to take a few minutes. And then the folks in person, I think there's some menus going around. And we'll come back here right at 10:45, and we'll go into my favorite topic and why you all are here: how to raise $1 million for your campaign. All right.
Sweet. You got it. Yeah, the reservations at 5:15. Oh, I saw that. Thank you. Think about lunch too. Just let you know I am monitoring the chat on there too, in case anybody wants to ask questions.
Thank you. I didn't even think about it.
No, no worries.
Yeah, our pack fundraiser coming up in like 2 weeks. So this is the first one we've done since you guys came out for the baseball.
Am I the only coffee drinker in here?
And we didn't do we usually do 2 a year, major and vegetarian dinner, and then something else, but we didn't do major and vegetarian dinner last 2 years.
We should get you on government affairs.
So this is gonna be like
So Yeah,
it's going to be like, that's what we're encouraging, but it's just like 250 to join. And then all the people are invited.
Okay.
I put down till 4 because we added a special meeting yesterday. And so that's too much time. But I think
that's what I've been focused on. And then we've got, what else? Oh, candidate interviews.
But yeah, so we meet
the way that our
the fourth Thursday
filing deadlines work is,
I can say
city council is not until like September 3rd. So then there's like a week lag time between sending out the questionnaires, scheduling the interviews, and then it's like that always causes a problem.
Yeah,
it's like late September. So I don't know how that's going to work out.
They've got plenty of money, so.
I've actually had that pastor since I was a little kid.
It's a disease.
Yeah.
I know the last time we had a bunch of city council races. That's how it kind of shook out. And we're like improving things like.
That's why
I'll put you on there.
October. Yeah. We canceled the last couple months just due to lack of content. So we're really respected. Doing a lot of that's the case.
We have.
We will be meeting this.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to do all of them.
This month, I'm out of town a good portion of the month, so.
Just respond back and we'll keep you on the roster.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Mostly, is it all of your big cities?
Yeah, everyone. And then in 2023, because they did a districting law here in the state for cities over 100,000, Boise and Meridian are gonna like just that 2023 is like the new like start point. So everybody's gonna be in for re-election. So then that's gonna be a big year too.
What, does Meridian already have over 100,000?
Yeah. But they didn't do their districting yet because they're waiting for the census numbers to come in. That was the option that they had. And Boise just said we're just gonna go ahead and do it. So, but then you look at the districting map, and I'm not an expert in that, but then the anti-growth groups are like skewed towards growth. And it's like, well, this law firm is the one who like puts it together. So it's just one of those groups. Yeah. Anything that comes out of the city, like this is bad because X, or there's not enough open space in this thing. So, and we just had a big debate over 160 acres that was supposed to be a park. From like, they designated it like this is going to be a huge park in Southeast Boise in like 1992, and nobody was talking about it. And then the city was going to do a land swap to build like a couple thousand houses on it, and everybody's like, "Oh, I want the park now." It's like you've been living for 20 years. It's like now you're demanding the park, and it's just like I guess just in the back of your mind, like we're going to get a park right. And my argument was, what if this is 50 years down the road? How long do they have to like keep their promises from 5 administrations ago?
We're going to build a.
So eventually they just backed off and said, we're not doing anything with, because they still have to spend like $40 million just to get the park under
control. A small job.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if there was a high school in the college to see if they can do something, but something that matches the cabinets so we can put all this.
That's one of the things.
Housing or
is your biggest problem,
whatever, or like the housing in the middle under a park. Half of it, or
One of the proposals was they were still going to have a park there. It just wasn't going to be 160 acres.
Possible.
Everybody's like, that lives in that area was like, no, we don't have a. Because we got to come with parks, but we don't have anything down here
because they're just trying to get caught up with the workload.
I feel like park space around the
helping our housing shortage issue. You know, when
they're the neighborhood right in the middle of it.
Right.
And then you're doing both.
Labor force is less like.
Yeah. Oh man. Can't win.
Yeah, I think
and we don't get involved in like
city twins
development or
under 2%.
Like say there's like
a
600 home. Yeah. So we don't like weigh in on that because there's so many of them. That
Utah,
got involved.
I talked to like a all CAD.
This Rendor's all that would be like another full-time position. That's just there's so much. So we just like
a lot of folks, builders that permits, all that. They just don't have the labor. Yeah, the labor shortage. And so
Boise State.
Yeah, crazy year.
You know, take a little bit to get back to it.
Yeah. The ride there is going to be
interesting. Yeah, they need to make some type of move. Mountain West. Yeah.
Good catch. Wow.
Nice.
That was totally coming for Justin.
Yeah.
Told you how long it's been since I've done anything.
Well, it was right in the bread basket.
Your arms throughout your shoulder.
Right.
No, I agree with that 100%. And but I still feel like Boise State, they got an expectation since they're in the Mountain West to go undefeated every year.
Yeah.
And when they lose one or two, then it's like a disappointing season. So they could go to the Big 12 and lose like 6 games and it'd be like more entertaining though. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I just think. That would still be better. I don't know. We'll see. Because I mean, honestly, because they got that, they go to like a 12-team playoff. And it kind of does open it up. I guess that would depend. No, that's what happened. So.
Yeah.
But if they're not, and that Big 12 remnants conference still has a spot.
Mm-hmm. I would agree 100%. But Mountain West got a good basketball conference.
Oh, for sure. Sure. Yeah, I mean, basketball, like Mountain West and even West Coast Conference, are almost as good as
oh, yeah.
Pac-12 basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of my closest friends is going up there is guy from State.
Okay.
And Andrew, he used to work for.
Yeah, he's at Boise State.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a little bit for him. He's a nice guy.
Right when they're getting ramped up to run another campaign for governor. Well, Little hasn't announced yet, but he's fundraising.
Yeah.
So that's going to be.
I just noticed that it's John.
Oh, is it?
Big deal.
You get a fundraising pitch.
I just noticed on Facebook that I saw it. Okay. All right, still doing this thing.
Is it IAC?
Yeah. What's what happened to Miguel? He's with taxpayers.
Yeah. Yeah, I never see those guys anymore.
Oh, really?
I don't do anything on the state hardly.
Well, and of course.
All right. Is it
Real quick before you get started.
Anyway, right.
So they're out of lasagna.
oh,
What's the back?
I will do the
You've been following
release
stuff.
Good.
What's that?
For Idaho's governor's race.
For that.
Cameron Bundy
Right.
and Janet McCann.
So I don't know.
She's lieutenant governor, but she's like
She's the one.
All right. I think it's on so I have it as being 10:45. So hopefully our folks online have come back with us. Because I know, you guys all got into this because you wanted to ask your friends and family for money. That's why you're thinking about running for office, right? And you're like, oh, I've been dying to do this. I can't wait to ask Aunt Martha for $50 so I can run for office. No, I think along with public speaking, asking for money for contributions is the number one. There's a lot of reasons people give. When I talk to candidates, when I would go out and recruit candidates, one of the main reasons they would say is, they would say, oh, I don't want to put my family out there and all this. That's usually what they said. Part of it is their biggest hesitation is they didn't want to go out and ask for money. We used to have a slide on here and we talk about like begging for money. Okay, it always set me off. Justin's laughing over here because So like I said, part of the reason, hopefully, that what you get from this course, hopefully, is a couple of cheat codes, right? Some things, and I talk about fundraising, I don't want to talk about cheating, but some shortcuts about thinking about fundraising. And the first lesson I want folks to realize about fundraising is you are not asking for yourself, right? You are setting up a separate legal entity in most states. And, you're even have a separate bank account. It's, John Winston for Alexandria. You're not asking people to write a check to yourself. So you're not asking for yourself. What you're asking for people to do is to contribute to the things that you're going to do once you're elected to help people in your community, to make your community a better place to live, right? That's what you're asking for. Because sometimes I've run into people that are really good at raising money for, say, RPAC or charities that they're involved in. But when they actually get up to, they'll say, I'm a really experienced fundraiser, I'll raise all this money. But there's some sort of hurdle they have to overcome when they're raising money for themselves or what they think of themselves. So my first cheat here, my first sort of shortcut is don't think about this raising money for yourself. You're raising money for another legal entity. It's, Citizens for Winston or something, whatever your name of your campaign committee is. All right, so when we start this, we always say, know the law. What can you accept? What can't you accept? All right, that's the first thing you should know. And at what point, if you ask people to contribute to your campaign, contribute to this entity, what does that then trigger? What's the limit? For example, can you take cash? Can you take money from corporations? Can you take money from, if you can't take money from corporations, can you take it in some states that you can't do corporations, but you can do LLCs, limited liability corporations. There's all sorts of rules that you should know. There's also going to be disclosure reports in every state, and depending on the frequency that you have to know. So before you even think about fundraising, know what the rules are. Before you ask for a single dollar, before you do anything, do your research on what you can and cannot accept in any given state. You can get a local election board. You can go to Secretary of State's office, clerk's office. There's all sorts of resources. Know what the forms are. Again, as I mentioned earlier, maybe identify somebody, your treasurer, that can help you with that. Know what you have to do as far as setting up your checking account or separate campaign account. Do you have to get an EIN and all that sort of paperwork stuff that you got to take care of? So before you can start going out there, and I know you're all very eager to go and raise money, know what the rules are, okay? So first, just like I said with the campaign plan, you also have a fundraising plan. Fundraising plan is really a part of your campaign plan. We do it separate here just because of the way we do these modules, but honestly, this should be included in your campaign plan. It's, again, how are you going to raise your money? How much time is it going to take you to run money? And what are your fundraising benchmarks, right? And this should be sort of go hand in hand with your budget, right? So if you think you've got to raise, $15,000, when do you have to get to, $5,000, $10,000? What are your sort of goals, and how are you going to allocate your time and resources to do that? Now, we're going to talk about events towards the end. But truthfully, when we talk about tactics, the number one tactics is you're not going to get around this, is that you're going to have to be able to go face to face or either on the phone or, in person, ask people directly for an amount of money. Okay. And to the question of who do you ask? Now, in other course, I do this. There's we call it like a circle of influences. You sort of work your way outwards. You actually start with your friends and family and sort of build your way out. Okay. actually probably you should reverse that pyramid there, because your friends and families are going to be much wider than your hopefully big donors. Because what you do is you start with your friends and family, and you start with a spreadsheet or writing down a list, and it can be anybody. It could be people you went to high school with, college with, anybody that's on your Christmas card list. We used to have these things. I'm old enough to remember when we had Rolodexes. Anybody remember Rolodex? Okay. I know we don't have that, but go through your friends list on Facebook, go through your phone list of phones. Work associates, people you refer to, fellow realtors, fellow folks that are involved in your community that might be good to see a realtor elected. Contractors that you've worked with, people you've referred business to, right, that understand that you know. And as you sort of go through this, and then you sort of widen out the circle. You do these two before you get onto partisan donors if you're running for a partisan office, or even if in some circumstances you may be able to go into, say, Republican donors. And the reason you start off with your friends and family, they know you best. And after a certain level, especially when you get to PACs, like when you come before our PAC, you will hopefully work your way through most of those first 3 levels, 2 to 3 levels before you come to our PAC or any other PAC. Because one of the first questions, and if anybody serves on the committee, they're going to ask, Ryan, how much money have you raised, right? That's one of the standard questions from how many people. Any PAC worth its salt is going to ask that, along with how many doors you're doing. And then you go to the big donors, right? Don't make the mistake. I see some candidates go, well, all I have to do is I got to raise $10,000. So I'm just going to ask these 10 big contractors to write me $1,000 each. You got to prove that you're real, right? And one of the things they're going to ask you is how much money have you raised? When I was somebody that evaluated candidates, that was one of the first things I asked was, how much money have you raised? So you got to do the legwork early on. Okay. So like I said, one of the things I will do when I would sit with a candidate is I would just sit there and go through their list. And again, I'm old school, and we did it like on a legal pad, and then later we type it up on a spreadsheet or something like that. Some people have fancy databases. Most local offices, you can use handwritten, Excel, Google Docs, whatever you want to do. You write out everybody you know, and hopefully that's pretty extensive, right? So Chanel's name's on there, Brandon's name's on there, Ryan, Cameron, if I was doing this, and Justin's name is on there, and I got it. And so we list everybody. And so on my list, I'm going to call Justin Allen for a certain amount of money. And so I have figured out that what I think, based on maybe some research or whatever, that Justin could contribute $500 to my campaign. So in the first column, next to his name, to Justin's name, I'm going to put $500. Okay. That is my target amount. One column over, I'm going to put $1,500. Okay. And the reason I do that is triple. What I like to do is I do triple what my target amount is. Because remember, fundraising is a negotiation. Okay. If you ask for too little, then you're not going to get your target amount. If you ask for too much, you might, drive them, you're better off asking for too much, not. But what I like to say to folks is nobody is ever insulted. If I ask Justin for $1,500, Justin is not insulted that I think he could write me a check for $1,500. Justin is compliment. That's a compliment. Justin thinks, oh, John must think that I'm doing well enough in my life that I could stroke a $1,500 check or a $1,500 Visa contribution, credit card contribution to this guy running for office, right? He must think I'm doing well. We as Americans like to be thought of as doing well. It is insulting if I called up Justin and asked him for $25, right? Because Justin's thinking to himself, John must think I'm skinning along by the skin of my teeth, right? And what I'd argue is, so it's finding that level, finding that sort of number that works. And it's just like finding pricing for housing, right? Like if you ask for too much, it's going to sit on the market too long. But if you ask too little, it's going to go and you're going to undersell it, right? All my realtors nodding their heads right here online, right? It's finding that right level. And you can look at, you know, you can do some research. You can't fundraise off a lot of these sites, but if you know somebody already and you can do a quick, you know, what is an average, what is, like people tend to sort of decide, I give $100 when people ask me, or whatever the number is. I give $500, whatever that number is that they feel comfortable with. So you can sometimes look at some of their previous contributions for that. Now, what I will say to you is you have to ask. And you can't, there's an old saying, something is not a number, right? $100 is a number. You sell a house for $254,350. You don't sell it for something, right? It is a specific number. And when you make the ask, and I've had a lot of candidates that they get all the way through, you know, they do a really good job at selling the person on it, but then they get to the ask and they blow it because they go, oh, can you send me something? Can you, you know, because they feel hesitant to name that number. But there's a power, just like anybody that's been in any negotiation. And this is why I think realtors make great, fantastic candidates. You guys understand better than any other profession out there about how to negotiate and finding that number that works for folks. And that's all this is. So what I'm going to do now is talk to you a little bit about sort of what I call the phases of your solicitation. And what I want to be very careful here is to say that this is not a telemarketing script when you ask people for money. You're not a robot. This has got to come natural. It's got to feel like John Winston speaking, or Justin Allen speaking, or Ryan Swinney speaking, you know, like it's got to come from you. Okay. But this is the same way. What I'm going to walk you through here is the way I work with a candidate in East Texas who raised money from people that were not mostly not in his political party, who he had never met before, except through the phone or maybe in one function, because he was an independent pharmacist. And I had him call independent pharmacists all across Texas, okay? And he raised literally hundreds of thousands of dollars for this primary we were involved in, using the same tactics I'm going to talk to you about now. And I've worked with congressional candidates, and I worked with that literally have raised millions of dollars. And I joke that, you know, Cameron could, you know, sit down and I could work with Cameron, and we would first identify a couple $1 million worth of contacts. You know, some of that we'd have to get to PACs and probably, but, you know, Cameron knows a lot of people. And then we'd work through this list. And if we put in enough time and effort and really got to really doing this well, we could raise $1 million. And, you know, again, it's not usually necessary. But the reason I want to do this and talk you through this is because if you're going to spend the time talking to somebody that you know and that you're going to ask them for money, do it right. Finish the sell. Close. Always be closing, right? You know, always be closing, like always thinking about, like if you're going to, just like when you go door to door, if you've gone to the effort of getting in front of a prospective voter, finish that sell. Like that takes a lot of time and effort to get in front of one voter and to get in front of one potential contributor. Let's make it count. let's not, I don't want to say blow it, but like, let's make sure that we negotiate an amount that we both find acceptable. So the phrases, and I'll walk through this with a sample script here in just a second. There's the introduction or catch up. This could last, 30 seconds or 5 minutes or 20 minutes, depending on your relationship with the person. The setup, which is all about positive momentum. Then there is the ask, which is specific and tied to something. And I'll go into that and why that's important here. And then the negotiation or show me the money, right? And these are sort of the phases, right? And so again, I don't want you to think of this as a telemarketing script. Now, the way I'm going to read this is going to sort of sound like a telemarketing script. This is really more about introducing the phases of what you should be trying to do when you get to asking people for money, okay? So I'm going to just read the script to you and I'm going to walk you through each of these phases here. Hi, Tom. How are you? How are the kids? As you may have heard, I'm running for mayor this November because we need someone who understands what it takes to build and grow a business in the city. Okay. I don't get into issues a lot with I don't want my candidates to get into issues because it can take you down some roads where people are believing that what most people think of what politics is, which is people are selling their votes, right? Like it's a pay to play sort of thing. So I don't talk a lot of issues. We try to keep it vague. Depends on your relationship. You could be talking about all sorts of things. It could be your aunt. It could be your nephew, whatever, whomever you're calling. It's going to vary on what you are. But at some point, you then transition. You sort of, hey, how's it going? You transition into, hey, I'm a candidate. We're here. I'm here to get some negotiated amount of money from you. Right. Next thing I'm going to say is the campaign is going great. We've already received support from several council members and some of the leading brokers and realtors in the area. So for this particular script, what I'm talking about is a realtor calling a fellow realtor. It could be different. When I was working with this guy who was an independent pharmacist, what he would do is get on the phone. Hey, I'm running in this primary in the other side of the state from you. And I know that you don't care about it, but right now I want to tell you, there's nobody in our state legislature that is an independent pharmacist. And they don't understand what, and then he would talk about some independent pharmacy, forms that they had to do, right? And then people were like, oh yeah, we need, we need somebody in Austin that's looking out for our interests, right? So he identifies that, find that common thread, why you guys are on the same team. Now, the other thing to think about is bandwagon effect. It's a simple idea of marketing, simple, anything you do in selling is bandwagon effect. You see this big companies, little companies, everybody does this, right? Nobody wants to think they're the only sucker on the parade, parade float, right? Like everybody wants to be part of something bigger, right? The campaign is going great. We've already, again, I'm not talking, this could be their first call you make to people and always be saying like the campaign is going great. We're doing wonderful. Now you'll get these email solicitations of like doom and gloom and all that, but that's part of an overall plan that they've got with you. They'll also, if you notice, if you get these email solicitations, all these elements I'm talking about can be found in those email solicitations. Why? Because it works, right? Everything I'm telling you is stuff that has been proven to work with folks. So you want to have that positive momentum. Tom, we have a great plan and campaign team. I know we're on our way to victory. I'm calling today because I'm trying to raise $50,000 over the next 2 weeks to put our first TV ad on the air. Okay, we've already raised $30,000 of that total. I'm asking all my fellow realtors like you to contribute $600 to get that ad about my positive vision to our community on the air. Okay, now what am I doing in this particular section? Is I am laying out that, hey, there's a lot of people that are already contributing. This is normal activity, right? This is my normal, right? I'm also saying I'm going out to raise $50,000. So when you get $600, but it's also specific and tied to a specific action. It could be, hey, I'm about to order yard signs. I'm about to order walk pieces. I want to go out there and really tell people about what I'm doing, right? People want to know what they're investing in. But beyond that, the secondary thing you're doing is you're laying a time frame. So if Tom comes back and says, I don't know, I just, had to pay a bunch of bills or whatever, it opens up the door when you start negotiating with him to get some amount of money, because you're letting him know that you are in need of this in a certain time frame, right? So you're sort of laying down the ground, your tracks to come back and ask for that money. Now, for those that have been paying attention, on my list, how much do I have in the first column next to Tom's name? Remember when I talk about that list database, I put one column and two columns. What's in the first column next to Tom's name? See how anybody online?
$500.
200, yes.
Oh.
So that's right, because one third of 600 is 200, right? So in this first column would be $200, but my ask amount is $600, because at this point, it then turns into a negotiation, right? I've determined that to meet my goals, I need to raise $200 from Tom. If I ask him for $100, obviously I'm not going to get 200. If I ask him for something, I might get some amount of money. I probably won't get any amount of money. But if I ask him for 600 and he says, yes, great, I tripled my ask amount and I can go ask Tom for some more money in a couple of weeks or a couple months. But if Tom says no, I still have room to negotiate down to the amount that I want to. And my rule of thumb is always to try to take on a solicitation like this is try to do like 3. The other thing I would also encourage you to do, and what I would do with my candidates, is we would practice the usual, what I sort of call the avoidance stuff. The usual ones that usually came up is, oh, times are tough right now, I can't write it. That's why you introduce this notion of, okay, so National says, oh, I totally get that, I know, but look, I got this deadline. Can you help me out with $300, right? $300 now, $300 later, right? It gives you a natural comeback to that. The other one is, oh, let me check with my spouse. Again, that's perfectly fine. Legitimate answer. It's like, great, that's wonderful. Michelle's wonderful. But hey, I'm under this deadline. Can I get $200 now and maybe talk to Michelle and see if you guys can do the other 400, right? There's always a response. There's always something that you should be able to at least sort of negotiate, because there's some amount of money people can give you. Anybody on that list should be able to give you $10, $25, maybe $100. Unless you have homeless people on your list, right? Like there's some amount of money anybody can give to any, to a political campaign, and certainly to improve the community, right? Because that's what you're raising money for. Like I said, it's to improve the community. This is, you're trying to get people to invest in something that's good for the community. There's some amount. Now, what do you do? Here's my next question. So I go, Tom, would you be willing to contribute $600 to help us reach that goal? What's the next thing you do? Anybody? What's the next thing you do after you asked Tom for that $600? Anybody online? Okay, that's what you do. Take a drink of water. I've had candidates that had a little bit stronger than water next to their desk. Some folks that did not enjoy fundraising, they would bare knuckle it. Because look, you guys more experienced than me at negotiating and selling things, right? What's the saying? Anybody? Usually people give it to me. What's the saying when negotiating? He who asks first, or he who speaks first loses. Like that. Is that the right? right? In any negotiation, you make the ask, then you put the sort of pressure on them to respond. Don't do what I've had candidates do, which is say, I know that's a lot. You laugh, but it's true. People self-sabotage all the time because they feel guilty, especially when you're first starting out. That's why people ask for something instead of a specific number. You have to sort of ask and for that amount, and you got to let people respond, because then you're on to the next phase, which again is negotiation or show me the money. It's the, there's only two options for Tom at this point. He's going to either say yes or he's going to say no. If he says no, you're going to come back with a response. Okay. And look, you don't have, this isn't hard selling or anything like this. And you should be able to do this in your own voice. It says, oh, yeah, I understand. I totally understand. The best candidates I work with, like, they empathize with the person, but then they still came back and went for a second ask and a third ask, because they're able to say, hey, this is really important. I know we can win if we have the resources to get our message out. If we have the resources, I know we can win, and that's going to be good for our community. So I hate to tell you, because the truth is, Tom might not take your call the next time, right? Tom knows what you're calling about. So finish the sell, right? If it's a yes, it says ask the donor. I'm not, that's something I wouldn't recommend. But if it's quick yes, then go ahead. The next part of this is collect the money. I would argue that if you're of any size, set up an account where you can take credit cards. Why? Because people spend with credit cards a lot more freely than they do writing a check. And for certain people, like my son, I got him, we just opened a check. He opened a checking account in his own name recently. And I don't think we ordered checks, he'll never use them. Like, it's all cashless now. I don't know what the rules are, like using Venmo, and different states have different rules on what you can take, but have some sort of way that you can receive that contribution. If you can do it electronically at that point, the better it is. Because I work with numerous candidates, and you raise $100,000, but you can only expect to get like 90,000 of that 100,000. And it's not because Justin commits to that, writing that $500 check to me. Justin's not bad because a month later I hadn't gotten that check. Justin's just moved on with his life. He's got his kids, he's forgotten about other things. He has tried, he's moved on. You do not collect all those that you get commitments from, right? So the quicker you can get people to actually authorize, it's worth the 2 or 3% that you have to pay to a credit card company. Again, it has to be set up. It can't be set up to your personal account. It's got to be set up to your campaign account in most places. Or get a specific date to receive the money. Again, this is why you want to lay down the framework that you are raising this money for a specific thing in a specific time frame. Even if it's, hey, I'm going to do a printing of wall cards next week because I've been out on the doors. I've already run through my first 1,000, right? That's a great message for people to say, oh, John's out there working, Chanel's out there working, doing the doors, and she's doing so well that she has to, like, this is success building upon success.
John?
Yes.
Gloria Online brought up a good point, using the assumptive close when you're trying to negotiate with people too, saying, how would you like to pay for that with a credit card, or I can swing by and pick up cash or check? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was a good point. Thanks, Gloria.
Yeah. And I will tell you, this is why I love, this is why I love doing this with realtors, because I always learn, what I realized was what I was doing for those years running those campaigns is you're running basically a small business, and you're basically into marketing, and negotiations. That's what running campaigns are, marketing and negotiations. So let's talk quickly about events. I'm trying to I'm Chuck here. So look, we're realtors. We love events. I know you're going to have some RPAC events. A lot of people do event fundraising. Anybody that's been involved in those, I will tell you, you guys know, Ryan and Cameron and all can tell you it takes a lot of staff work, a lot of volunteer work to set these up. So if you're going to do one, do it right. I think for most offices, I think of events as collection points, right? Don't, in your fundraising plan, don't say, I'm going to raise, $5,000 at an event. The truth is, for most events to be successful, yes, you're going to send out the invitations, whether electronically or, maybe through the mail, depending on the event. But you also have to still do the phone calls. You still have to get a host committee. You've got to get things sort of set up. You can't just write it in and hope people show up. We have on here the 10-to-1 rule. Like if you invite to get 100 people to an event, you got to invite 1,000. To get 10 people to an event, you got to invite 100, right? It's just, it can be expensive unless you can take some in-kind contributions. So there's a sort of a big, or there's like, so if you raise $1,000 at your event, or you take in $1,000 in contribution, if you spent $200 on the event, well, you've only raised $800, and that's not necessarily efficient. But some people are event givers, and like I would do, if I was advising most local candidates, I would do one event before your first big fundraising deadline, and use that as sort of a feel good for everybody that's raised money or is giving you money, and say, hey, come to my event. And also bring your check, and use that as an ability for people to raise sort of a field and fundraising event too. Because I will say this, if you're going to do it right. I can speak from experience, which is the worst feeling in the world is to put together an event and not have a lot of people show up. And then, you got to follow up on the invitation. You got to do those phone calls. Now, the last point I'll make about fundraising, and I think this is very important, because the people that are most likely to give to you are people that have already given to you, right? Repeat customers, right? If they have given you $25, they're invested. I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but one of the reasons why I always say that somebody gets a lot of contributions, it tends to be a winner, is because somebody that has a wide, if somebody's giving you $25, they're likely to vote for you if they live in the community, right? They're invested in you. And once they're invested in you, it's a lot easier to go back and ask again. So one of the things you'll want to do is set up a system where you track, obviously, all your contributions, both for your finance report, but also to make sure that you do the proper thank yous. And if you're running for president, you can send an email thank you. Okay. But for running for local office, it should usually be either mail them something, send them something, a little thank you note, right? My realtor sends me, and realtors know this, right? Like we bought our house 4 years ago, and every year on our anniversary, I'm sure she's got it programmed in there. I get a handwritten note from my realtor, right? And who sold us our house. And it's just best practices. It's just, keeping that little touch that keeps people coming back to you. And you obviously keep track and go back for more. Okay. So before we get into targeting and research, questions about fundraising. Miranda, did you have any additional questions? I know you had to step out there for a sec, but anyone online? Gloria, Allison, Jeannie, Paul, anybody have any questions? No?
It's all good information.
Thank you.
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Okay. And with that, then we'll go into targeted research.
Thank you, John. Very good. So there's a fundamental difference between candidates and elected officials. So sort of before you win and after you win. So as an elected official, in theory, right, in ideally, elected officials care about what all of their constituents think, and want to make time and be responsive and to anyone who's a constituent. Candidates, though, you don't have time to do that. You need to be focusing your resources on the likely voters, the people that are actually going to vote for you. And so you, to the extent you can, this section on targeting is how candidates can best focus their efforts on the people that are going to actually vote and make the difference in the campaign. Because as we've talked about, you don't have time or the resources to be focusing on people that are not going to vote or not going to vote for you. So what is targeting? So how do we do it? So the first step to being able to target, and again, this is going to seem obvious, but there are some nuances here that we're going to talk about to help you be successful, is to acquire a good voter list. Now, a voter file, you could typically get, a voter file from a number of different places, but every jurisdiction, whether it's a county clerk, often, certainly a state elections office, they're maintaining a file, a list of all of the registered voters in your jurisdiction, with certain pieces of information, name, address, obviously, voting precinct, depending on state, even information like, birth date, gender, phone number, other types of information. Now, any information that is given to the state on those voter registration files is public information. Anyone can go and purchase a voter file like this from a jurisdiction and get it as a candidate in particular. Some states will put some regulations on what information is available to people who are buying it. Some states will say in order to get certain information, you have to actually be a filed candidate. But yeah, so that's typically sort of the basics of where to get that. Now, a good voter file, good voter list, it really is the foundation of your campaign, because you need it in order to know, who the voters are, who the likely voters are that you actually want to be reaching out to. And, having a good voter list will make your campaign more efficient in terms of spending your outreach dollars and your time as a candidate on just the people that are going to be voting. So it's important to get a good voter list. Now, in terms of where to get these, we talked about, these are typically available through whatever government entity has oversight over your elections. And there are some trade-offs, some pros and cons, depending on where you get your voter list. So a voter list that you would get from the government entity is typically going to be the most up to date, right? That's the entity that's taking the voter registration forms when someone changes their registration or moves in and register for the first time. The new 18-year-olds that are just being able to register to vote. So it's going to be the most up-to-date file for that information. Also, typically pretty reasonably priced to get a voter file from your government entity. Depending on the size of your city, they'll usually do a price per voter for the jurisdiction, but typically pretty reasonably priced to get it from the government. Some downsides, sometimes these files, depending on the sophistication level of the government entity, sometimes the files can be really big and hard to manage. They could include voter history for every election back to 1990 or something, and can often be pretty unwieldy files to deal with if you're not a spreadsheet expert. The data that is available on those, there is some good data there, but it is limited to what voters have offered to include on their voter registration file themselves. So oftentimes you're not going to get the best phone number to contact voters. It doesn't include a lot of other information that might be helpful to campaigns and candidates as well. So there are some other sources for voter files. Obviously, if you're in a partisan campaign, the political parties are going to have access to data on voters that can be helpful and cost effective in most cases. But another option is getting a voter file from a third party political data vendor. And local campaign consultants, political parties can help provide intel on these as well. We have a few logos of some national vendors to do this sort of thing. But the benefits of seeking out a list like this is that it includes a lot of additional information that is not on the standard government file. You're going to have a lot of data appended to the voter list that it can be very useful to campaigns. And some examples of that data would be some better contact information. A lot of these firms are pulling data from a lot of consumer data sources and sort of creating a new database that's putting together voter data and consumer data, publicly available, so legally acquired consumer data, I'll emphasize. There can also be, so all of these firms are also building predictive models on voters to guess their behavior. Some of this may, make some of us uncomfortable to think about this, but there are savvy political data firms that can make some pretty good guesses as to the likelihood that a voter will turn out based on their previous voting history, and will assign a score or a likelihood that a voter will participate in the next election based on what they've done previously. And that type of data can be very helpful, obviously, as campaigns are trying to target their efforts just to likely voters. Some of those same types of models can also be used for partisanship. You can take a lot of different characteristics of individuals now and then even look at some other behavior, such as, do you vote in a Democratic primary or a Republican primary, or do you give money to certain types of candidates? Combine that with things like gender, education level, age, where you live, based on the voter results of the voting precinct that you live in, and they can put all of those things into a model and make some pretty educated guesses of where people likely are in terms of their partisanship lean. And a lot of these lists will provide that for campaigns as well, to make some guesses again on who they want to be mailing, who they want to be trying to get out to vote, etc. So some of the downsides of these types of lists, they can be more on the expensive side. Sometimes they can be worth it, but those do typically cost more to get those types of lists than getting the default list from the government. Those lists can become quickly outdated. Obviously, if that list is even 6 months old, you're going to be missing any of the new registrants, people that maybe have requested an absentee ballot, people have moved, those sorts of things. So those lists can quickly sort of, become you're never going to have a perfect list, but, those types of lists you'll need to want to have refreshed, fairly regularly. So yeah, those are kind of the options there on getting a good voter file. So the types of things, once you have a good voter list, voter file that you are, satisfied with, the types of things that you're looking at to have that, how do you arrive at the number of voters that you need to win, and who are those potential voters? So as you look at that list, you're going to be, okay, I think I'm going to need 5,000 voters to win this election based on, previous elections and what I think is going to happen in this election. So, who are the voters that live in, the right jurisdictions, the right area? Who are in my jurisdiction, what are the precincts that are the super high turnout areas? So even within a city, there are going to be precincts that have more voters than others, that are going to be higher turnout areas. What are the households that have 5 voters who never miss an election? And I want to make sure, that we hit that household. Those are the kinds of things that you start to see once you get a good voter file. You can start to look at those types of factors. So determining the number of likely voters, you want to look at a few different things. So historically, what have the elections looked like for the office that I'm running for? Again, how many voters are going to turn out? What typically is what is the win number for 50% plus 1? Or if I want to make it a little more comfortable, if I want to win by at least 52 to 48 or 55, 45, what are the number of votes that I'm going to need to get? Are there things going on in your current political environment that are going to increase the number of people participating in the election? Or is it kind of a below the radar election cycle where maybe there's not going to be as many people participating in the election? Let me give you just a couple of examples. So sometimes there will be a controversial ballot question that is also on the ballot at the same time, that's going to motivate a lot of voters to participate that may not, typically be following local races. And it's important to be aware of that sort of thing, because you need to campaign differently if it's going to be a very high turnout election with maybe some less engaged voters participating, as opposed to a very low turnout election with only very engaged people participating. So it's good just to kind of, see what's going on in the political environment. Speaking of political environment, are people generally satisfied with how things are going? In that environment, it can be a good thing for incumbents, for example, right? Is your political environment, has there been a lot of controversy, or do you think, is the sense that things are not going well currently in the community? Obviously, in those cases, the challenger maybe comes from a position of strength as opposed to the incumbents. So another thing that, is just good as a candidate to understand, as you see what has happened in elections previously, sometimes as you get into a race, you might think, oh my gosh, we've got 100,000 people in our city. I'm running at large. How am I ever going to get to 100,000 people? It seems overwhelming. If you actually kind of think through, the reality of campaigns and likely voters, it actually can become a little more manageable as you think about it. So in our example here on the slide, we've got 50,000 people. So out of 50,000, how many of those are citizens of voting age? Well, let's just immediately cut that down to 35. Then, there's a huge number of those folks over 18 who aren't even registered to vote. So, we remove those people, we're down, our sample number here is 22,500. Then removing people who just rarely vote, and especially, if we have a primary election or a local election, that number bumps down pretty significantly. So here we're going to, for this example, we're going to categorize likely voters as those who voted in 2 of the last 4 similar elections. So the voters who fit that criteria are 13,500. And once we household that, we have how many households does this mean for mailing purposes or going door-to-door purposes. We're down to 8,500 once we've grouped voters into households. And then, as you know, how many of those households do we have a good phone number for? That number is going to be even lower. Now it's harder to reach people on landlines, if possible at all. So how many good cell phone numbers do we have, which can be very difficult to get? Typically, you have to get that from maybe a third-party list. It's rare to have really good cell numbers on a standard version voter file from the government entity. We're already down to 6,000. So the number I usually think of, we've got 8,500 households or 13,500 voters that you're really likely dealing with, out of that 50,000 person population. Still, not an insignificant number of people to try to reach out to in person or with our outreach methods, but certainly, more manageable, and obviously just important to know which of those people you really need to be spending your time on, right? So one way to look at a campaign is that it's a giant exercise in voter identification. So through every interaction that you have as a candidate or that your campaign has with voters, ideally, all of those interactions are leading to you categorizing these voters in a category as, as someone who's favorable to your campaign, someone who's maybe undecided but persuadable, or someone who is unfavorable to your campaign, or maybe supporting your opponent. To the extent that you're able to actually put voters in categories, it can be helpful throughout the course of this campaign, and we'll explain some of that as we get going here a little bit later. But so I like this graphic because this kind of shows, as a candidate, where should you be trying to spend most of your time, energy, and resources. So on the left-hand side here, we have this is the propensity of how much people vote. So the always voters, the sometimes voters, the never voters. And then on the top here, we've got the categories that we just talked about, whether a voter is favorable to your campaign, whether they're undecided, or whether they're unfavorable. So the X's are demonstrating, ideally, you're not spending a lot of your time, resources, energy on those areas. So if someone is an always voter and they're for sure going to vote for you, please don't spend a lot of energy on these people. You've already got them. Don't go spend 2 hours on a night when you need to be knocking doors, talking to new people, with 5 people at a supporter's house who effectively are already going to vote for you. You don't need to win them over. Now, you want to be asking each of them for money, and maybe they give you signs and things, but you can accomplish that in 10, 15, 20 minutes. Then go spend the rest of the night trying to reach other voters. So the people that are sometimes voters that are favorable, those folks need help with get out the vote. We'll get into get out the vote more later, but those are the people that you want to make sure they go vote. It is worth spending time and energy to make sure those people do turn in their ballot or go vote. They're already on your team. You don't need to persuade them, but you need to get them to go vote. In the undecided category, the always voters, that's where your energy, most of your energy should be, is persuading the people who always or often vote to vote for you. And then, in the sometimes and never category among those undecideds, on the sometimes category, it's if you have time and resources to allow you to reach out to those people, then there's value there. The people that you identify as not supporting you or not likely, again, not worth spending much time or effort there. And the people who never vote, it's really hard to get people who never vote to be engaged. So, again, there's some things that you can do, some broad marketing tools, that hopefully will hit some of these people. But in terms of direct candidate time and, really what you're spending your money on, it ought to be on persuading those always or sometimes undecided voters, and then on turning out the sometimes voters who are favorable to you to vote. So some ways that, you know, this voter identification can happen is, you know, obviously through door to door. So volunteers and or the candidate, either, you know, together or separately, knocking on doors. You know, sometimes this can happen just hitting every door, but more like, you know, more often it's good, especially with the candidate's time, to really focus on the likely voting households. And ask, you know, again, if you know, be a good listener. We'll get into this later, but eventually you want that interaction to produce knowing if they're with you. Hopefully, you know, maybe they'll put a sign in their yard, and then asking for their vote. And then, you know, through those interactions, you want to record that for, you know, your campaign database. So, you know, okay, this household is with us. And so you can then use that information to follow up later on in your get out the vote efforts. Other voter identification things, telephone can be a good way to do some of this, you know, where you haven't been able to do it through direct interactions. Some campaigns will do this, try to do this as a volunteer effort. If you've got enough, you know, campaign volunteers, it's a great cost-effective way to do voter identification over the phone. If you have the budget or you don't have, you know, the campaign team, you know, volunteer grassroots folks to be able to do this, then there are, you know, paid telephone vendors to do this type of effort as well. That is obviously a lot faster. You know, you just have to kind of balance the cost benefit of that. All right, any questions on any of that targeting stuff we talked about? I mean, I think a lot of that hopefully makes sense. Jeannie, any questions on that?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
I went to a seminar recently. It wasn't associated with Realtors, but great training. And one thing that I didn't realize, you know, and as you're talking about how to campaign, was that it's better to possibly like organizing who you are going to target is very important, because I thought it would be a neutral, like if you were to approach someone that maybe is the opposite of the issues that you're for, and you contact them, maybe they were pretty much on the fence about whether they would go vote or not, and you contact them and they realize you're out campaigning, they may go vote for the other candidate because you've reached out to them. So I thought it would be a neutral and it would cancel out, but that's not true. So that was great information to me in regards to being specific about who you're going to go talk to.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. Thank you. Anyone else? So next, just want to cover a little bit on some different types of research. And some of these, you know, are more applicable to maybe state legislative races and maybe less so to local races. So we'll cover this with that in mind. But, you know, there are different types of survey research that you might engage with as a candidate. So there are different types of quantitative survey research that campaigns will sometimes, budget permitting, use for their campaign. There are these large benchmark surveys that, you know, really try to dig into a lot of issues, into the political environment, maybe test the backgrounds of candidates or messages that are effective on candidates. And those, you know, again, can be in the 30 to 40 question range. So you can see here, brush fires, you know, don't go maybe as in depth, but still try to maybe test some messaging or get into some issue work. And then tracking surveys are, you know, really quick, sort of taking the temperature of maybe how an election is looking on a sort of a head-to-head campaign question. And the factors that are going to determine the cost of these types of surveys are going to be how long the survey is, and the number of questions, and then how large of a sample size you're trying to get. The larger the sample size, the smaller the margin of error. And so you're trying to find kind of the balance there. Most decent surveys are going to try to get a sample size of at least 300 or 400. Sometimes you can get away with a 200 sample size survey and still have it be useful. The higher the number, the better there. But the issue, and again, this is why this isn't as relevant for a lot of local campaigns, even some small state legislative campaigns. The cost to do this type of research, can really range. On the low end for any kind of a phone survey. You're going to be looking in, certainly 5 figures, and sometimes those can get up, depending on the size of the survey, $30,000, $40,000. Yeah, more and more we're starting to see text-based survey research that's starting to become a valuable tool in state and local races, and those can be effective. They do have a higher margin of error than phone surveys, but can be a more cost-effective way to do some of this survey research. And that's where you start to get the cost down on some of those into more maybe the $5,000, $6,000 range. Doing those focus groups, that's more of on the qualitative research side. You see the cost ranges anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000 usually to do sort of the full-on focus group thing. Again, when would candidates want these things? Well, on the front end, a survey can be really helpful to see what issues are on the minds of voters. Oftentimes, this kind of survey research is less about trying to do a head-to-head, which candidate is ahead in the race at this point, and more about what issues are important, testing, messaging. So would you support this type of candidate that has this background or is talking about these issues, or more this candidate? That's the kind of intel that campaigns are trying to get from these types of surveys, rather than, who's ahead, for a few reasons. In a lot of these races, there's a number of undecided, or voters who haven't heard of the candidates or don't know the candidates, is very high, especially if you're doing a survey like this, a couple of months in advance or further in advance than that. And so it's just not a very useful thing. And then the other thing is, the results of even the results of a good survey are only valid for just a small snapshot of time. I mean, even in races, statewide gubernatorial races or Senate races, a survey, if you say, okay, if we're doing this on October 15th, by the time you get, a few days later, you've got a different news cycle, you've got new issues that have popped up. The results of that survey that were really from data collected a week before when the survey came out, isn't super relevant anymore in terms of just, okay, what's the head-to-head there? So anyway, that's some on survey research. It is useful, again, I think, for campaigns of all sizes to be comfortable doing some opposition research. And what do we mean by that? You might think that opposition researchers are sketchy people who are hired to, go follow someone or, do some through some illegal means, try to look into the background of someone. That's not what we're talking about. There's a lot of research that campaigns can do on their opponents to bring up very valid things that are worth at a minimum talking about, and maybe even mentioning in sort of contrasting your candidacy and an opponent's candidacy. So what is your opponent's voting record? If they're an incumbent, what have they voted on? What's on their website? What issue positions have they taken? What statements have they made in council meetings? Do they have a good voting record? In some cases, have they ever voted in an election before? Sometimes people will run for office who have just barely registered to vote and have never voted in a local election. Well, that's a fair game issue. potentially to bring up. So again, the point of this is not about, personal attacks or, some of those things, but there are some legitimate things to contrast candidates sometimes that are worth considering talking about in campaigns. And so doing that research through, obviously the internet, some of our state and local newspapers, campaign materials that, people have sent out, voting records, who has sponsored certain legislation or pushed certain regulation at the city level, their attendance record or voting record, all of those types of things are fair game. Any questions on any of that? John, are we gonna push into message development before lunch? Let's do it.
We got about a little over 30 minutes to go into message development. And this is where we get to the fun stuff, folks. I mean, I love fundraising, but telling our story and telling why are we running, right? Getting back to where we started today, when Justin said, one of the first things you have to answer is, why are you running for office, right? Being able to answer that question. And so today, or what I'm going to do now, is talk about how do you sort of figure out of all the wonderful things you can say about why you're running, how to sort of figure out what to say about yourself. As I've spoken about, your biggest opponent is usually not the people that are on the ballot against you, right? Certainly part of your message should be contrasting, right? What you're trying to get to is getting people to say, I trust John to represent my value on an Alexandria City Council, right? You want to get, you're their vessel in some ways, but how do you sort of introduce yourself? Like, the biggest thing in some ways, you'll hear, why do people vote for people? Well, they seem nice. I like that first, right? It's more about, sort of personal qualities, as opposed to issues. And yes, you agree with people on issues, and that's important. But a lot of times in a state, especially like this, where, people are either conservative or very conservative in some areas, or they're very liberal or, super liberal in my area. The gradations, the differences between people is hard to sort of parse out. So what your job is to sort of break down in a very concise way. So almost a values message of who you are as a person and why the voters can trust you to represent them on city council. Okay, and I'm going to get a little, throwing a lot at you right now, but let me go a little bit deeper on this. I'm going to show some examples. What is your story? And when I think about messaging, I think of it as a story. Why? Because stories are more memorable than facts or figures. People remember stories, even if they sometimes mess up the details. They'll sort of get a story more than they will get a message, okay? And your job, again, is to get to voters. The whole point of a campaign is to get to all these voters and tell them just enough about you that they trust you vote for. The mental exercise I sometimes tell people to do, or my candidates to do, is this. Imagine if you had 10 seconds before everybody went in to cast their vote or write on their absentee ballot or whatever it is. What would you say to them? And 10 seconds is about all you got. People have busy lives. They're not thinking about who they, even consistent voters. Not people like us, not people, or people online or people in this room that think about and political junkies, but the average voters, even people that vote in off-year elections and in low turnout elections, they're not spending all their time doing this. They may be somebody like me that goes on and watches that debate. They may be somebody that collects every single piece of mail that I was sent, you know, because I'm that guy. But most people aren't that way. So how are you going to break it down? And when I work with candidates, it was usually some biographic detail or something about them. You guys did this in the intros. Who are you as a person? Like if you had to tell people who you are and what you are in like 2 sentences or less, how would you describe yourself? And I'm going to give some examples. Sometimes it's what you do for a living. Sometimes it's about what your passion is. Sometimes it is where you're from. Like for one thing, you know, one thing is people say, not a bad thing is I've lived here my whole life. I care about this community. I care about people like you. You know, Justin talked about polling. I've been a consumer of a lot of polls. And one of the smartest pollsters I ever talked to said, the key to look at polling is when you get a poll back, don't look at the head-to-head. That's what everybody goes, right? The first they go, oh, what's the horse race, right? Especially in a local race or state race. They'll go, okay, we're up, we're down. You know, I just saw a poll in like the Florida Senate race where, you know, it looks like a tight race, whatever. That's great. The better thing to do is go in that poll and sort of say, who shares your values or looks at who wins, shares your values, cares about people like me. Shares your values, cares about people like me. Shares your values is usually really sort of code for partisanship, right? If I'm a Republican, they're a Republican like me. So she shares my values. Cares about people like me can also be influenced by partisanship, but it's really who sort of is connecting with people. Who do they feel comfortable with? And those are the 2 main drivers of vote choice, right? Especially when you remove partisanship. Partisanship in most races, like most voters these days are voting on partisanship. But if you're running for a nonpartisan office or you're running in a primary, you remove that partisanship and you're sort of at sea. Voters are now like looking, what is it about you that allows me to trust you? Okay. And the problem is, well, you can get to know somebody, you know, you can spend, you know, hours and getting to know somebody and get to a level of trust with them when you don't have that time with voters. And most voters, even if you can be the most aggressive door knocker in the world, you're never going to talk to every single voter. So you're going to have to find some vehicles to sort of figure out how to do this. And one of the things I always talk to candidates about is don't make the voters do homework, right? You got to bring the homework to them. Like you got to condense it for them. You got to give you the edited version that explains who you are as a person. So it needs to be clear, concise, 10 seconds before the vote. And, you know, you're going to have long forms or short forms, but essentially it's like, why am I running? And what are my values that, you know, sort of make us, you may understand that you can trust me. Okay. Because that's a big issue or something unique about me that works for people. Okay. I want to give you an example because I told you stories are more memorable than the message. So this is a candidate I work with. And what you don't see on here, I'm going to hide that real quick. So I had a candidate, she was running a Democratic primary. And she'd been a mayor for a long time. And she had been a very effective mayor. Her town of Petersburg. It's you know, predominantly African-American community just south of Richmond, Virginia, which is where I'm from. Had been involved, you know, a mayor, then House delegates, running for state senator, and it was a Democratic primary. But she was being attacked for being, you know, horror of horrors, actually working. Republicans were actually in charge of the legislature in Virginia at the time. She had worked with Republicans to get, you know, things passed because she was a mayor. She thought about, I want to get things accomplished. It's not about partisanship. It's about doing things for people I care about. The problem was most of her legislation wasn't the sexiest legislation, but she wanted to run as, she wanted to run on her accomplishments. The problem is she was running in a Democratic primary. And if all your accomplishments are co-sponsored bills with, you know, every single Republican in the General Assembly, that's not going to win you a Democratic primary. So what I did with her as a client was I sat her down and I interviewed her, and we would go through her history and all this, and she would talk to me about all the bills and stuff like that. But during the course of the interview, I said, well, what did you do before you got involved in politics? She says, well, I was a nurse. And actually, she was a nurse for a very long time. And she was an African-American nurse in Richmond in the 60s and 70s, which, which probably was one of the fewer ones at that time in the city. So we said, great. And so I said, oh, hey, Rosalind, Senator Dance, can you give me some pictures of you in your nursing uniform? And she hemmed and hawed, and it took a lot of time, and I had to work her aid a lot. And she finally found me his pictures. And unfortunately, on this particular slideshow, I don't have it anymore. But it was these all black and white photos of her, right? And it was a way to show real quickly that she had been, this was a while ago. And then on the inside, the message was, after 34 years as a nurse, Rosalind Dance became our state senator. And as a nurse, as our state senator, she's continued a tradition of, helping people, like she did as a nurse, right? And it was a quick way to say nurse cares about people. It was a way to reframe who she was as a person. It took her out of like politician to being nurse. And you see this picture of her, like she walked into that hospice that we took the picture here, and she sat down, and she's a very proud woman, very not, sort of intimidating person. She'd been a politician for a long time. But she went into that nursing home, and she became a nurse again. You see that smile with that young lady there in the wheelchair. That was the natural Ross that we got. And so that message, that picture, and those pictures of her as a nurse told people really quickly a little bit about her. And again, it's not just always about bank. Like I did a race in Texas, in East Texas, and we were running against our banker. My guy was the pharmacist, and it was a banker versus a pharmacist. And it was like, and that's basically how I ran him as a candidate, an independent pharmacist who cares, small businessman who cares about people. He goes out and delivers medicine at night to sick children. People would call him up, and this is true. He would do this. He was well known for this. You could call Chuck at midnight, and he would get out of bed and bring people the medicine versus a banker who only was interested in tax, because he supported tax cuts that would help his bank, right? And that's how we framed the message. And he did it over and over again. So I'm going to show you, and unfortunately for the people online, I don't know how to best do this, but I will maybe show this. And what I will say is I'm first going to show you some people running for city council. And I am such a nut. I told these people that I took every piece of mail that I received as a voter. Now I'm a consistent voting, I vote in every election, right? And so I got all the mail from all the candidates. Now, the key here for my folks here in the room is I want you to look quickly. I'm going to sort of intersperse these a little bit. And look at each piece like you normally would for about 5 seconds, and then move on to the next piece. Like this was your mailbox, and just take a quick look at it and then pass it on to Brandon. So just take a look at each piece for about 5 seconds, put it away, don't examine it, act like a normal voter, okay? And I'll explain what we're doing here, folks. I'm trying to make a point about how normal people consume this and what is it, you're just giving a quick impression, whether it's direct mail or any sort of communication you're doing. This is another candidate working with Jennifer Wexton. We ran her as a mom, a former prosecutor, and a senator who made it easier to prosecute online predators. But basically my code for when I was working with Jennifer was she was an attorney at the time in private practice. She hadn't been a Commonwealth's attorney or deputy Commonwealth's attorney in a number of years. But what we framed her was as a mom and a prosecutor. And it's not a slogan. It's a way for people to sort of frame who you are. I forget who it was on the phone that said that they spent their life as a firefighter. That's a great story, right? Like, you know, there's something about you, and you don't have to be a nurse or a prosecutor or anything. You could be a realtor, but you know, if you're a realtor, you're a small business owner, right? You're an entrepreneur. You're involved in your community. It could also be something, for example, I worked with a candidate who worked a lot with the special needs community. And I asked him, you know, was there a reason he got involved, especially did he have a relative or somebody that he was a loved one that he cared, you know, was big in like Special Olympics and all this. And he said, no, John, just, you know, when I see people like that, I want to help people. That's, you know, and I said, well, that's what our message is. Somebody that sees people in need, tries to help people. Right. And you know, he legitimately was very deep and had, when we did photo shoots, you know, you had a lot of people from that community come out and support him because he'd been so involved. So sometimes it's your passion. Sometimes it's like, look, I've lived in this community my whole life. Well, here's the thing is you don't say it, show it to people. So when you're communicating to people, find some old photos of you from when you were a kid growing up. If I've had candidates that grew up in and live in the same house, right? That shows like, you know, show it visually to people. Who are you as a person? And that's a very hard concept for most people to sort of get to, because what they want to do, which is why I handed these mail pieces around, is tell everything about themselves, right? And they say, you know, the old saying that you lose the forest for the trees, right? Because you overwhelm people with information about you. You want to say, I'm John Winston, and I've done this, and I've done this, and I've done this. It's really a sentence or two. Who are you as a person? And again, it doesn't have to be like I'm John Winston. If I was running in Alexandria, I wouldn't tell them that I spent years as a political consultant. Guess what? That's not a winner for people. You know, maybe in Alexandria, maybe in just out in the suburbs of DC, that's acceptable, but that's not going to convince people. And so let me ask you this, and I'm going to do a little quiz. I just sent some mail, and I'll show it to the folks online here. I'll try the best I can. So the first piece I showed was Kevin Harris. What do you know about Kevin?
He has a family.
Right.
It's Democrat.
Democrat. Okay. So this is the piece, right? He's got a lot of words on here. I don't know. I don't know the best way to.
I think the angle's going to be too hard for.
Okay. But it's got a lot of words. It's got a picture of him with his family, because that's what you picked up. That's the most prominent visual. What about Kirkman Pike? You got the most pieces from him. Anything?
Well, I kept noticing the dog.
Right.
Pet owner, yeah.
Pet owner. Okay. He had a little story about how he loves the city. Okay. And anything about this guy, Bill Rosella?
Stole Bill. I didn't really pick anything up from that one.
Yeah. So again, you're looking at these really quickly. Now, I also say it's unfair. Kirk raised the most money, and he had these very nice pieces. And for those at home, Kirk does this whole story. It started off with he's a proud progressive, and he's running because he did this whole piece, a bunch of pieces with his dog on it. I don't know if that's how I would frame myself, but what he was trying to do is find something memorable in it. I don't think any of these pieces are great, but what you do get is Kevin did a couple pieces, and And Bill here did 1 piece. And I think Kurt did 4 or 5 pieces here. And I'll tell you, so the spoil, so Alexandria, it was 14 people were running. And it was the top 6 vote getters. And both Kevin and Bill were probably favored to win. None of them, it was open. There was like only 2 incumbents in the race. So top 6 vote getters. And so to spoil it, Kurt finished 6th, Kevin finished 7th, and Bill finished 8th. And part of that is, as a consumer of this, is that both because of the size of these and the fact that he had a common theme throughout made him more memorable in some ways than Bill, who just listed all his, his resume, a nice headshot, and then his action plan. Bill is what I would call what you typically get from most people running for local office. It's a headshot, it's his resume, and maybe a couple of issues. The problem is it leaves you people cold, right? It tells you a little bit about people. It tells them that, he's a white guy of a certain age and, experience matters. Well, he could have done this much visually better, right? Instead of doing a headshot, have some pictures from throughout his career, right? Have something that shows that. Because here's the key when we get to, I'm going to skip ahead to direct mail. You have to think about what is it that people are looking at these for 5 to 7 seconds on average before it goes into the recycling bin or the trash, right? I worked for a firm. We used to say that we're only junk mail that you'll look at twice, right? And because political mail, you spend all this money communicating to people, is people look at it quickly. And in most cases, what they're going to remember is the headline and then the visuals. And I think with Kirk, he did a very good job in some ways with the visuals, sort of making it memorable, but he didn't tie it to his headline. Bill, his message of experience matters got lost because there was no visual backup for it, other than he's an old white guy, right? Which, I guess that means he's an older looking gentleman. And there's one picture of him over here. So when you think about trying to think about who you are as a person, the first thing you should do is what I would do with a candidate, which is sit down and interview yourself or have somebody interview you. Walk through, where are you from? Where did you go to school? Why are you running? Right? What is it? Sometimes it can be less. Issues to me are actually, issues are obviously important, but they're really signals. They're just really signals to me. It's a way to shortcut. When somebody says they're pro-life and pro-Second Amendment, they're saying, hey, it's just, I'm on your team to folks that think that way, right? And if you're going the other opposite way, it's the same thing. You're just trying to send signals. But sometimes people mistake like the issues, especially when they're running in primaries or something like that, that they, so you got to tell a little bit more about yourself, who you are as a person. And when then you transition to your voter contact efforts, you really have to think long and hard about how do you visually and through your headlines say this, right? And it's very simple. And it's really paring everything down that you want to say about yourself and why you're running down to a sentence or two. And honestly, with the headlines, into like 10, 12 words, right? It's not a slogan. It's not a bumper sticker, but it's a way to sort of be very concise about what you're trying to do. Back up a little bit. We got the, we'll take a break here in about 15 minutes, but if we talk about, I want to go back to this voter contact versus indirect voter contact. So voter contact is door-to-door phones when you're going to targeted voters. Indirect voter contact is either untargeted or without a message attached, right? You're trying to communicate, like it's like a billboard is indirect voter contact because it's in somebody's yard. Who sees it? You don't know. They could be voters, they could be non-voters. Direct is more like direct mail when you do it and there's a message attached. So when you think about direct mail, graphics, headlines are out, and repetition matters. And what I would argue is even if Bill, spent some money, he raised some money on this piece of mail, he sent me one piece of mail and Kirk sent me 4. And the difference between Bill making it to the city council in Alexandria and Kirk making it was like probably 600 votes. Now, I'm somebody who's going to read Bill's mail piece, but most people aren't. Most people won't remember getting the one piece of mail. They'll remember getting the 4 or 5 pieces from Kirk. They'll remember maybe the dog. And sometimes in local races, name ID is enough, just repetition. So that goes back to what we were talking about, Brandon, right? Fundraising. You got to have the money. Raise the money to get your message out. How much money do you need to raise? More, right? If the other person is doing 3 pieces of mail, you should be shooting for 6 pieces of mail. The better your message is, the more it'll break through. I used to do this a visual, like the way to think about strategy is C times M equals V. Contacts times message equals votes. Contacts, so number of contacts times message equals votes. Now, it's not a real algebraic formula. Like math people would hang me from a tree, but and then you do it to the power of. The more powerful the contacts are, the more powerful, like in other words, if you're leaving something at somebody's door is less powerful than the candidate asking for money. Or asking for your vote in person. TV ads more powerful than direct mail. Maybe online ads in some ways can sometimes be more powerful than direct mail or otherwise, or flip-flop. And times message. And then how powerful is your message? I've seen candidates that have spent less and got less communication out and gone on to win because they had a better message. So the 2 parts of the formula to work is raise as much money as you can to get as many contacts as possible, but also spend time honing your message while you're running, right? And if you put those 2 things together, that's going to equal the votes to win. So your strategy is contacts times message equals votes. Stronger your message, the stronger the number of contacts you make. The more contacts you make, the more votes you'll get. Now, what I'll argue here, just again, time check, is that when you're thinking about direct mail, some of you will not have a budget to work with a consultant. So think about your visuals. If you have the ability, if you work with a good photographer when you do photo shoots for your homes, think about doing a half-day photo shoot. Just like visuals sell homes, right? Staging sells homes, design sells candidates. Good visuals sell candidates. Things that look nicer create confidence. A professional look makes you, yes, it can come off as quote slick, but it also imbues confidence in you as a candidate. Just like, I've seen there's all sorts of these Twitter feeds and whatever they make fun of different listings and different things where you can go out and you can see like people that have really cruddy photography of houses versus nice, taking a really bad space and turning it into much looking nicer. And so much, and as we know, so many houses are being sold online now, essentially, or through people are getting interested by looking at it on different platforms now. But so if you have to think about your marketing yourself, you are the brand. right? And so spend some money on making sure the brand looks nice, right? If you send out something like this, not to pick on Bill again, and here's another one. I want to show you. This was the woman running for mayor of Alexandria, okay? I don't know if anybody can see this from here, but there's a lot of words on here. And okay pictures, but they're the typical, it looks like political mail. Nobody's reading this. This is her opponent who had this piece. It was quote, picture, head, another headshot there. A lot less words, like I would say a third less words. I guarantee you more people got this guy's message than she. She had been the former mayor who had won in an upset election. He defeated her. This is the rematch. He won, right? He communicated. She sent like 3 pieces of mail. He sent like 8. Again, I show you examples that you want to keep repeating the message, but make it look nice. Use archival photos to tell a story. Like when I say archival, pictures of you growing up, pictures of you, if you served in our military, God bless you. And you're allowed to show that. You do have to do a little military disclaimer showing that the Department of Defense and or whatever branch you are in this picture does not imply an endorsement. But it helps, right? Because, if somebody's serving military, what does that show? The level of service, right? If somebody's been a firefighter or a cop, hey, they've served our community. All those things sort of matter. Let's see, what other points do I want to make here? This is an actual piece of mail, a political piece of mail for those who is the best plan to lower healthcare costs. The other thing to do is don't look so generic, right? That's like a stock photo. It looks like something from an insurance company. Nobody's going to ever answer that. Nobody's going to look to find out who it is. I don't know what it is. Negative issues. It's done by, you can look at this really quickly. And the other thing is it's got sites here. The one thing I would have done if I was designing this would have been put little site marks on here because people believe if you cite something, it must be true. But if you looked at it for 7 seconds, you would think, it's this. Honestly, she was convicted, arrested, cited several times. She was only convicted 1 time, or she obviously has a problem. And we need legislative principles, not priors, right? It's a very good, quick look at it. You look at that, you get the message. I'm gonna do that one. Understand the postal system, which, let me tell you, one reason to hire a consultant. I also make this I make the argument like, look, there's certain things I can do around my house, but there's certain things that you need contractors for, right? For something like this, dealing with the postal system, I would argue, hire a good contractor, right? Find somebody that knows what they're doing, because there's a mail house and also consultants that can work with printers to figure out what's the right size for you to make it more affordable. So what you have up here is the one thing that this is the pieces from Kirk that are bigger are called flats. This is a letter size, and it means difference in the amount of postage that you pay, which can be significant. So ideally, you're going to get, this is a bigger piece like this is going to get attention, but it's also going to cost you more to mail it and to print it. But if it works, then it's worthwhile, right? If it's more effective, don't be penny wise and pound foolish on this. This is just to show you that the one inefficiency about direct mail is that it would go into the postal system, and you cannot guarantee delivery with the postal system. And not just because of the recent problems and with the issues there. This has always been the way. your postal carrier, the person who actually takes mail to your house, can hold pieces of mail up to a week, even political mail. They have the discretion, I think, up to like 5 to 7 business days of like before they actually go and deliver it to you. Because what they'll do is that's why you always get clumps of it sometimes. Some postal carriers aren't like that. It really depends on your mail person, your mail-in, mail person on what they can do. And so it's an inefficient delivery system. So another reason to work with consultants that understand this stuff is so it's their headache. They know sort of all the tricks of the trade, sort of getting through the system to actually from the printer to the mail house to actually getting delivered on time. Okay. And I'm just going to do this real quick. So television, very powerful. I will say this, the biggest mistake, just go back to direct mail, is people put too many words on it. Like I showed with Allison there, is that I have a friend that runs a consulting firm called 76 Words. 76 words is the average length of a political commercial, including disclaimer. I would argue that most direct mail pieces should be maybe 76 words. That's about all people are going to read. And you think about TV, if you show a TV ad one time, TV ads are a much more powerful medium than this, right? Because it's in your home, it's moving, it can tell more of a story really quickly. People are used to consuming it; they're more that way. And the rule of thumb for most TV broadcasts is if a viewer doesn't see it 5 to 7 times, they won't remember it. So that's a TV ad that's more powerful medium than direct mail. So the question is, why do people think they can get away with one piece of mail and think that voters got their message, right? Repetition does matter. Same with TV. It takes a while for anything to sort of percolate. Radio can be a very powerful accent to things, especially in an area like this where people are driving more. If some people move to satellite radio, just now when we talk about the digital piece, you can get on some of these platforms. Print ads tend to be actually, I would call them almost indirect voter contact because people aren't seeking it. It's it's unfocused, but does deliver a message. The truth is, I think of print ads as when I was in the market to buy a new home, I noticed all the open houses in my area. When I'm not in the market for a house, I don't notice, I couldn't tell you if there was an open house in my neighborhood, right? If I'm in the market for a car, I notice all the car ads. I don't notice them when I'm not. That's sort of the way I think about the print ads. Usually the people that they're looking for information. It can be an accent, especially close to the election when people are looking for that information. Do that, and then we'll get on. We'll do a whole section on one like that. So sort of went through that really quickly because I wanted to take our lunch break. But any questions before we dive into food here? And for those online, you guys get your break. Any questions? I covered a lot of territory there. All right. Well, let's take a break and shoot about 1 o'clock to be ready back on here. And we'll have, you want to tell us the guest speaker, Ryan, or?
Yeah, actually, I want to turn that over to Cameron. Let him have the bit.
Sure. We're going to have former First Lady Lori Otter. I think she's actually going to be by herself, but she'll be here at 1 talking about some of the stuff that she's gone through on the campaign trail and then answering any questions that folks have.
Nice. Did you guys hear that on? I don't know if the folks online heard that.
Were you guys able to hear that? Okay.
Yep. We did.
These speakers are
yes,
pretty.
We did. Yeah.
Heard it loud and clear. Thank you.
All right.
I have a question before we break for lunch.
Sure.
Do we just leave the sign in on this Zoom meeting, or do we log off and rejoin? How does that work?
Yeah, babe, I'm just going to leave it on here. I'm just going to turn our camera off. And so we'll just keep everything up and running if you just want to do the same on your computer. Okay. If not, you can just re-sign in. But I'd just say just leave everything up and go, and we'll just be back in 30 minutes.
I think we'll need to pause the recording then too, perhaps.
Or I'll have to edit it because I don't know if I can pause, restart.
Right. If no worries. If you have not noticed, it's a pretty contentious time to be in politics right now. But as the saying goes in our house, if you don't pay attention to politics, politics will pay attention to you. Meaning, if you're not paying attention to what's happening in your industry, in your community, in your home, politics have a way of tending to kind of encroach or pay attention to the groups that aren't paying attention. Because there's nothing really that politics and government likes more than mission creep. Mission creep is probably the biggest thing to control in politics. And so it really does take local people at local levels getting involved to make sure that the things that are important in your community are represented. And that's why, you know, for me, I pay attention to what's happening locally. What do they say? You pay attention nationally, but you react locally. So you want to make sure that what's happening in your community, you know why it's happening, and you're paying attention to who is making the decisions in your communities. And that's probably the biggest thing that I'd like to share with you for my 12 years or 18 years. I'm dating myself, 20 years. Following the governor around and being involved in politics. And he sends his regards and is very excited for all of you to be taking this journey, because it truly is it's a very fun, it's a very fun occupation. It's a very fun, for us, it was not really our job. It was more of an avocation. It was something that we both enjoyed doing. We're both political junkies. You know, if you walk into our house at any time of the day, the Fox News will be playing somewhere, or Newsmax or CNN for about an hour before we can't take it anymore. And it doesn't really matter for me. And for this particular training, it's not about, you know, what side you're on, left side or right side. It's about knowing why you're on what side you're on, right? So knowing why you believe what you believe and being able to communicate that message to a bunch of people to get them to vote for you. The simplest form, that's politics. And it's about messaging. It's about who you are as a person. It's about integrity. It's about a lot of things. But for the most part, it's about people and relationships. And so if you're in real estate already, you get that. Everything we do is about people and relationships. It's about talking to people. It's about communicating. It's about listening. It's about doing your best to find the things that are important to them in order for you to be successful. And at its simplest form, that's a great part of what politics is about bringing people together, finding the middle ground, and trying to establish those relationships so that you can move policy forward and you can move a project forward. But really, it's about moving policy forward when you're elected. So I see a bunch of black squares, which is hard to talk to on the screen. So Gloria, thank you for your picture. Thanks, really helps a lot, guys. If you can, like, I know, I don't even care if you eat or drink or whatever you do, you know, do you. If you're in your t-shirt, just, you know, whatever. I love dogs, so I don't judge, really, no judging. But it's easier for me to talk to. So there you go. So what are some things that you all are thinking of running for? Just curious. Speak up.
I think if, I don't know, like, this is more for exposure for me to kind of be exposed to the process and how it all works. I could see myself running for something local, like a city council or something like that, and then taking it from there. I'm 31 years old, so
you got lots of time.
Yeah.
You got lots of road ahead of you.
Yeah.
What about you, Chanel?
So I'm thinking about the state legislature, just waiting for redistricting to see what happens.
They just put the last person on redistricting. You smart girl. Yeah. How about you guys? Allison, what are you thinking?
So my boss, Bela Kovacs, is he currently was appointed as assessor, and so he's about to run next year. He'll run for assessor again. So I am just here to absorb it all and help him the best that I can.
Oh, very cool. How about you, Gloria?
Oh, unmute. There we go. Contemplating state legislator for my district.
Which district? Where are you from?
20, Meridian, Idaho.
Okay, so who is that now?
Winder is the state.
Oh,
Senate.
yeah. So Senate, going.
No, girl. Not Senate. I'm more interested in just the legislator, house, or state.
Okay. All right. Okay, good job. Paul? As a teacher, so nobody gets off.
A county commissioner or fire commissioner or something like that.
Oh, good. Yeah, very, very. That's, I mean, the closer to local government you get, the harder it is. I'm just saying that. So bless your heart. Okay. Jeannie.
Yeah. I plan to start at the local level with either a member on the P&Z or city council, and eventually moving to being a state representative.
There you go. Start local, build. And let's see, Ryan's.
That's me back here. I'm just monitoring.
Yeah. Okay. You're quiet. Okay. So we've got everything from local races to campaign roles for somebody else to P&Z, city council. We've got everything in the sun that you are interested in. And I will tell you this, politics and campaigning is like baking a cake. It doesn't matter what you're running from. The ingredients are the same for the chocolate cake. It's just a matter of how big of a cake are you baking, right? So as you've talked about today, it comes down to your database. It comes down to your donors. It comes down to which laws govern, and that comes to the recipe of, who's tracking the money, where are you getting it from? And then it comes down to personal relationships with the people in your sphere, which in real estate, you already know what your sphere is. You've been around, you're in the people business already. So for campaigning, there's a couple takeaways on campaigning that I'd like to share with you. So, so I grew up in a family. I'm a military brat. My brothers say big on the B, capital B for brat. But my dad was in the Navy for 30 years, right? So we traveled all over the country. East Coast, West Coast, East Coast, finally landed in Twin Falls. And when you're in that type of world, you learn how to meet people and you learn how to be around people and do all that. But when you're campaigning, so I wasn't really around politics growing up. I was around the military, I was around sports, I was around get a job, get a career, and figure it out. That's kind of how my family ran. But what I really want to say on it is campaigning is about making sure that you know where you want to go, you know who around you can take you there and help you get there, because you're not going to get there alone. And then you have to realize that you can't be the candidate. It's very difficult. You can, but it's very difficult to be the candidate and the campaign manager at the same time. Very difficult. You really need somebody there to help you and to kind of organize things. And then you have to realize that it doesn't matter how successful you are. It doesn't matter how pretty you are or how not pretty you are or how anything else about anything. If you can't be yourself every time you walk into a room and meet people, you're going to struggle. If you can't own the skin that you're in and go in and be yourself and be authentic with people and say what you think and mean what you say, then you're going to struggle on a campaign, because people will see through that in a New York minute. So they may not like what you're saying. They might not agree with what you're saying, but most people will respect you for saying it. And if you can tell them why you make a decision based on what information, a lot of times they may not agree with you, but they would vote for you. So politics is a game of attrition, right? It's a very fine line campaigning. It's very spontaneous and very planned at the same time. Spontaneous in the fact that every time you walk into a room full of people, you're not always going to know what you get, right? You could think there's going to be 5 people that you know that are going to be friendly, and you're talking to the choir, you know, you're preaching to the choir, or you can walk in with 5 people that are preaching for the choir with 30 people that do not like you and are there to let you know that. So depending on what level you're at, the spontaneity comes from, like anything in life, is how you're going to respond to that stimulus. If you respond, and these are things on a campaign trail that you kind of have to anticipate, and you have to really plan for how you're going to handle different things. That's where a campaign manager can come in a big way, because they can kind of let you know before you walk in. A good campaign person will definitely help you navigate the spontaneity, which sometimes can make you say something that you hadn't thought through, misquote something, embellish something. And the campaign is all about consistency of who you are, consistency of message, consistency of what you believe, consistency of where you want to go. What do you think on policies? So how many of you can think of somebody that has worn the flip-flop, right? Those flip-flops are bad. When you say one thing and do another, it's just like when your kids catch you at it. Magnify that by 100, because those are the constituents now that you're trying to get those people to vote for you. And you're like, well, one time he said he was going to do this, and one time he said he was going to do that. And that's where like NAR and RPAC and things like that, if as a candidate you get that endorsement, is so important, because they look at candidates who are on the right page for property rights and for our industry. And it's really important that you're able to articulate and know what the issues in your area are, because a campaign is about targeting those groups in your local areas, whether it's fire chief, and talking to those people and figuring out, you know, what as a fire chief are the 5 most important things to your district. What as a state auditor is going to be the most important things to your job. What needs to be fixed? Because if you don't have a passion to run for something, don't run, because it's a grind. It is a grind. It's what you will see the best of people and you will see the worst of people. The key is to take the good and leave the bad. So I remember Butch and I would do, when we campaigned, and again, it goes back to be you. If you like to ride horses, campaign with horses. If you like to do fun runs, go do fun runs that say vote for Butch. You know, if you like to go do fun runs, or you like dogs, you know, go to the Humane Society things. Go to the things that naturally make you happy, because people vote for happy people, right? Nobody wants to be around somebody just, everything's wrong, we hate the world, it's going to hell in a handbasket. You know, you have to be the person that has leadership skills to say, yeah, we could change some things, so let's do that. Have you thought about this? Or can we go this route? So gravitate towards the things that you like. So when I started in this game with Butch, you know, my husband's like a Labrador retriever. If you think of Butch Otter, like if there is a hell for Butch Otter, It is to be stuck in a room in a chair by himself with nobody to talk to. That would be like hell for Butch, you know, like just have to sit there with nobody to talk to. If there's a hell for Lori Otter, it would be to be stuck in a room full of 800 people and I'm supposed to know all their names and where they're from and where I met them last and thank them for their contribution and how can I help them? That's hell for me. Like give me the chair in the empty room. So when I say you have to be yourself and you have to learn how to do these things, that's what I mean. So it took me about 2 years of trying to be Butch Otter light or, but you know, do things like Butch did when we would go out and campaign. And I finally figured out that it is not my nature to go up to a table of 10 people having dinner and interrupt them eating and introduce myself and expect them to like me. Because I'm like, oh, I'm sorry you're eating, you know, and it's the difference between personalities. So what I learned how to do, which I think personally is quite brilliant, I would go to the bar and I would stand next to the bar because I figured anybody that was worth talking to was going to at some point go to the bar and get a drink. And I could chat with them when they got a drink and they left. And literally I would go just kind of stand around and start chatting with somebody. And pretty soon everybody would kind of walk by the bar and I would touch just as many people in that room as Butch would, but in a way that was comfortable for me. And then I'd go to, you know, the bar on the other side of the room and I'd do that. But you really have to know your personality on a campaign. It's probably the most important thing that you can realize is what's the most comfortable way for you to campaign. And along that line is when you're campaigning, how many of you are married and have kids and anybody out there gonna have, okay. So if you're married and you have kids and you're on a campaign trail, expect stress, expect to get them involved, right? Make them part of the process. And also make sure that if they don't want to be there, that they're not, right? And that goes for you too. If you really don't want to be there, don't go. Because everybody in that room is going to know that you don't want to be there. And everybody, that's what they're going to be their takeaway. Campaigning is about, everything is about setting the stage to make you the best version of you so that you can be the best version for them. Does that make sense? So if you were, you know, if you were running for an office that involved something that was very contentious, you want to be very careful to control when those conversations take place. Have you talked about media at all yet? We talked about, oh, that's fun, just a little. Yeah. Always ask if there's media in the room when you're on a campaign. And that's one thing a campaign manager can tell you. Are you being recorded? And is there press in the room? Those two things right there will tell you what you're going to say at that campaign event or that fundraising event or that, you know, Boys and Girls Club dinner or whatever. Because one of the things with family is you have to kind of explain, like I really had to sit down and tell my dad that the guy at the, you know, officers club that he was talking to, you don't got to tell them everything about what's going on, or if they ask an opinion, you need to know that you can now be quoted. Same with kids. The campaign is something that you really have to have a discussion with the people around you to let them know what to expect. If you're in a state office, if you're and like I said earlier, to me, the hardest job in the state of Idaho is to be a mayor in a small town, or a sheriff. Sheriff and county coroner, two of the most important people, probably the two most powerful people in the state, are your local sheriff and your local coroner. They're the only two that have really police powers at a local level. But make sure when you're approaching those, you know, real races that you talk to your family about what to expect, what their role is going to be, what is it going to look like, how do they handle things, how do they, I mean, there's nothing worse than taking your grandkid to something, and this happened to Butch and I, and you get booed. And, you know, your grandkids are like, Miss Lori, why are they booing you guys? And it's like, it's a long story. It has to do with wolves. And, you know, some people like wolves and some people don't like wolves. And we happen to not like wolves. And that, you know, you just kind of keep it at their level, but you have to prepare them for the fact that not everybody's going to agree with you. And it's really worth your time to do it. If you're not, you know, if you're not married and you're doing it on your own, you better have a support group. You better have somebody that you can talk to. So the biggest, one of the things that you need to remember on a campaign trail and before you start to run is everybody draw a circle on your paper real quick. Just draw a quick circle on your paper. And I want you to write 1 or 2 names that you trust 100%. Who are your go-to people? Right? And it could be I'm sorry, it should be a small circle. And you write those 2 names. Then you're going to put another circle on the outside of that circle. And you're going to write, okay, so if those 2 people aren't available, who else can I trust, but maybe not with the whole story? You know, 90% of the story they're going to get. And you're going to talk to them about that you can bounce things off. And then I want you to just make 4 rings like that. That's your circle of trust. And when you're running for office or you're in office, because running's the fun part, running's the easy part, governing's the hard part. That's your circle of trust. And you have to have that solid before you even go to the point of where you put your name in the hat. Know who your circle of trust is. For me, the last 18 years, it's been a gal by the name of Debbie Fields who ran all of our campaigns. And then whoever was our chief of staff at the time. And my parents, of course, but, you know, even your parents get tired of hearing your problems, you know, when you're 55. So I try to keep it happy, you know, you don't want them to get too wrapped around the axle, because my dad would be writing a letter to the editor, like, how dare you call my wife, you know, that would happen in my house. So what I'm saying is, and you may have a circle of trust for politics. You may have a circle of trust for your business. You may have a circle of trust for your kids, you know, for your family by issue. And that's kind of how I've always ran my life, is I identify who in those areas, when I really need to talk to somebody or bounce something off and I expect 100% total brutal honesty, those are the people that I go to. And they're also the ones that will, and if they can't, they shouldn't be in your circle. If they can't tell you you're full of shit and you're doing the wrong thing, they shouldn't be there, because you have to have that. Because I guarantee you, as soon as you win, everybody's going to tell you you're wonderful. It's great. It's fun. But you have to have people around that will tell you, yeah, you know, you might want to rethink that, or did you really send that email? Or you might want to change the tone, or are you really mad at that person? Or how are you going to handle this? And if you don't have those people that you can bounce things off of, it's going to be very difficult. And there's no reason on a campaign where you shouldn't have access to people that can help you get your message out. So the best thing for us was always, we would have what we would call county coordinators. So in every county in the state, we had 4 people on our campaign, and they would organize different things in their circle of influence. And those were people that we knew in Blaine County, you know, Shoshone County, Twin Falls County, that we could trust and we could call on. And they were on, you know, Team Otter. They were going to spread the message. They were going to carry the water. They were going to, you know, make the phone calls onto the radio when you're getting your head handed to you for saying something. And so those circle of trust things, it's a very simple concept. I mean, I had kids do it when I was teaching, and it's just so that they realize that not everybody's your friend, right? Everybody wants to be your friend, and you should expect people to be your friend. But when people show you their true colors, you have to pay attention, right? They do that for a reason. And if you don't pay attention to those types of situations, then things can go really bad in politics and in campaigns. So, you know, paying attention to your family, knowing who you can trust, showing up and being authentic, being yourself. And then, I hate to tell you this, but people will see you first and they will hear you second. So you don't have to be the best dressed person in the room, but you need to know your audience. So by knowing your audience, I mean, if you're going to a fair in Idaho, you don't really wear Louis Vuitton shoes and a dress, right? You go get yourself some boots, some jeans that are long enough and creased in the center. If you're from Idaho, you know this. And you belong to a group, right? You don't have to be the, like I said, you don't have to be the best dressed. In fact, I would suggest you not be the best dressed person in the room. But you want people to think, when they walk into a room, they need to know that you're a leader and that you know that you're there for a legitimate reason. It's called like owning the room. You walk in the room, are you confident? Do people think that you're going to be able to, you know, put two sentences together at once and express what you're trying, the message that you're trying to get across? And I would say this, especially to the females. So I was First Lady for 12 years. I started the Meth Project. I started Truth 208. I wrote 5 children's books. I raised hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for nonprofits. I was on this board. I ran myself. I was like super First Lady. And I got the most press I got the whole time we were in office is because, and it was above the fold in color, was because I wore the same dress twice. Swear to God. And then they printed that it was on sale. I bought it on sale. And the headline was frugal or faux pas in the Statesman in color above the fold. You can still Google it. It was awesome. And I wore it at 2 different events, one in Boise in November for the trees and one at the White House. And somebody saw 2 pictures of me in the same dress. And it was December. And I'm, like I said, I'm in my 50s. I was like, it had sleeves, people. It was freaking cold. And it's always cold in the White House because it's relic. I mean, it's all things that they try to, the paintings. I mean, you just freeze when you go there. So I thought, oh, this has these light sleeves. I don't want to wear it again. And then we get home, and now that's after doing, you know, starting the Meth Project, doing all this other stuff, all this great stuff. And it was, I wore the dress twice and I bought it on sale. Frugal or faux pas. I mean, kill me now, right? And I looked damn good in that dress. So I was just flabbergasted. And I remember turning to Butch and saying, you're wearing the same tux. You've had that tux since I've known you. You never wear anything but that stupid white bow tie and that stupid white cummerbund with the white shirt and tux. Nobody mentioned that. So it's a different standard. So ladies, all I can say is get a good haircut, figure out how to do your makeup, and it'll help, but it's not going to be, but they're still going to hammer you. So make sure, that's just one more thing. I know, Paul, you're going to have to make sure you do something. I don't know. But just make sure, you have to be aware of that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. And guys, they'll hammer you the same way if you show up at a cattlemen's association in and you're not wearing boots and jeans. In fact, you probably will, they just won't talk to you. I've been around the Cattlemen Association, and ladies too. I mean, you know, the group that we live in, the world that we live in. So make sure you realize that people will see through if you're not yourself, and you need to be comfortable, but you also need to know your audience, and you need to dress appropriately, and you need to look appropriate, right? So get your hair cut, figure out your makeup, do whatever you need to do, and ask somebody in that circle of trust, because it will make a difference. Not only will it make a difference to how people see you, but it'll make a difference about how you project in confidence to them. So that's one thing on campaigning. That's a big thing. That's a little bit, you know, we pay a little bit more pay attention to it for women than sometimes with men. But men, for the love of God, trim your nose hair, trim your ears hair, and trim your eyebrows. If you're running for office, Paul, you know, I'm just saying. I just wanted to leave that out because, like, Butch, that's Butch does. He'll go like this, he'll go like this. I'm like, you're good. But those things, I tell you what, I mean, you've all met somebody and you're like, oh my God, what is with that? You know, and I'm sorry, the older you get, the worse it is. So, you know, it's funny things like that on the campaign trail. Pace yourself. That's probably the biggest thing. And campaigning is all about a timeline. So start from where you want to be, start from the election date and go backwards. This is the best way to do a campaign timeline. And then figure out how many touches, figure out what you're doing for your leads, figuring out all that sort of thing. And it's a little bit different if you're at a local race. To me, if you're at a local race, it's about just being involved in the community and making sure people see you and letting them know and asking them for your vote. A campaign is about asking people for their vote. It's not about showing up and serving pancakes at the fair. It's about, you know, I'm Paul, I'm running for the fire district. This is when the election is, I'd love your vote. Ask for the dang vote. Ask for the vote. If you can't ask for the vote, don't expect people to vote for you. It's as simple as that. You know, if you can't dial for dollars and ask people to support you, then you need to ask yourself why you're running. Because it's not easy, but you should be able to own it. You have to own that conviction that, of course, I can run for the House seat. I'm just as competent as he is. And no offense to the legislature, but half of them are farmers with no college degree. So you can run for office. You can be very successful, and you don't have to be a Phi Beta Kappa to do it. You have to have people skills. You have to have interpersonal skills. You have to be able to listen, and you have to be able to communicate a message and stay on message. And I get in trouble when I say go off the reservation, but don't go off the reservation, right? You need to keep it, you know, talk about what you know. Don't talk about what you don't know. If you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't be running for office. Talk about what you know. If you have kids in education and you've been part of education and you're running for city council, talk about education. If you know ag and you're running for something, talk ag. It's like First Lady rule number 1. Don't talk about things that you don't know what you're talking about, because people know that faster than anything. So if you need to stand in front of the dang mirror and rehearse what you're saying so that you can talk about it, like your listing presentation, you know, like you practice your listing, practice that, practice your pitch. Look at how you look in a mirror and figure out, do I ever smile when I talk? Because that's a big thing. You look at news, like when we first took office, I get accused of, people always think I'm mad because I don't smile a lot. I mean, like, I admit it, I have like resting bitch face. And it usually means I'm thinking about something totally different. So funny story, when we were campaigning, this falls under the category of the center of the circle, where you have people tell you the things that you don't want to hear, but you need to hear. is I actually had a staffer come up to me and say, Miss Lori, I think it's time for some more Botox. And I said, excuse me? She goes, yeah, the governor was talking and you were frowning. And I was like, well, that's because he screwed up his whole speech. That's not what he was supposed to say. She goes, yeah, you know that. And I know that, but nobody else did. And he did great otherwise. I was like, yeah, but and she goes, yeah, but you frowned the whole time, because he would go off script and I'd be like, again, we talked about this because it was causing problems. And so I had to have so much Botox in my forehead so that I couldn't frown at my husband when he was talking, that it was comical. So whatever you got to do, people, you do you, but I'm just saying, people pay attention to that. Like, I'd be like, wait, they're not looking at me. They're looking at him. He's the one talking. And they're like, oh, no, they're watching you too, because there were a lot of people knew that there would be things, and this falls back into the category of your spouses. There's going to be things that your wife doesn't agree with you on, Paul. And Jenny and Allison. Are you sure? Yes, exactly right. There's going to be things that they don't agree with you on. And so you need to figure out how you're going to handle that disagreement, but not on the campaign trail, right? So ours was education. There's a lot of things that Butch and I differed on because that was my profession. But make sure that, you know the message that you're sending, because it's always the message that you think you're sending, and then there's the message that you are really sending. So you really have to be aware of those nonverbal things that you do when you're irritated or you don't understand things. Those are the things that really show up on a campaign, especially if you've been going all day and you're tired and you forget and you start frowning at your husband's, speech. So I will tell you this, and I'll wrap it up and you guys can ask questions if you have any. I'm an open book, so you can ask whatever you want, because they asked me earlier if I cared if we got recorded, and I said no, because I'm not in office anymore. Anyways, what was I going with that? If you haven't figured out, politics is a team sport. You think that there's just the candidate and there's the campaign and things like that, but it is a team sport. And it's a lot more enjoyable if you have somebody to have your back. That can be a good friend. It can be a family member. It can be a spouse, it can be a child. I mean, it's somebody. It's somebody that when you're talking to a group of people can sit there and figure out whether or not, Butch would always call it auto bob, whether or not when you're talking, if they're going like this. I mean, subconsciously, they don't even know they're doing it. They're agreeing with what you say. Or what is the feedback in a group that you're talking to with? How is your message received? And then it's just simply about, you have to have somebody that has your back at all times. I mean, it is a team sport. It's more fun if it's a team sport. And that means if you have somebody that you like to travel with, somebody that can manage you, or something like my assistant for the first 8 years was actually my secretary at one of the schools I taught with, and then she was my secretary at the elementary that I was assistant principal at. And when we won, she quit her job and came and worked at the governor's office. And the staff called Nancy the Lori Whisperer, because she could calm me down faster than anybody. And she could say, oh yeah, we might want to rephrase that. Or, she's like 75, a little grandma lady. And it's like you can't get mad at grandma, right? But find that person that can help you run your campaign. And for God's sake, make sure you like them. But don't hire your best friend. Don't hire friends. Don't employ friends. They can vote for you. They can campaign for you, but don't put them in a campaign position, because it requires somebody that can be brutally honest with you, and it can be very hard on friendships, right? So and if you do, make sure you have a set of expectations written down on these are your, so that it's not personal. I would recommend that there's plenty of people around that do this for a living, that run campaigns, that help and know how to do it. And you have a great resource in Cameron. He knows everybody. And I'm happy to help. There's always people around that love to do campaigns and that are good at it. So don't waste your time with somebody that's trying to figure it out, because as the candidate, you don't have time to always do that, right? Use your time. Time's your biggest asset. So with that, what it takes to run, you know, it's a grind, but it's a chance to make a difference. And if you have that passion and you want to make a difference, this is a great way to do it at a local level. And you'll find out real fast what works for you and what doesn't work for you. If I were you, I'd keep a journal, kind of keep track of those things. You know, I hated that fundraiser. It was very awkward. I didn't, you know, write those things down. Have somebody you can bounce that stuff off of as a team player. So circle of trust, you know, mind your words. It's a different world out there. And then just stay consistent on your message. Anybody can do it. Not everybody wants to do it, right? It's kind of like everybody wants to win, but not everybody wants to do the work that it takes to win. That's the difference. That's the difference between the grinders and the people that say, I know I can do a better job than that person. And that's kind of the mindset that it takes to put yourself in a leadership position, is to say, I know I have more to offer. The only other thing I'll leave you with is make sure when you're running that you make the campaign about what you bring to the table, not about what they don't, right? You want people voting for you, not against them. You want them to say, you know, I want Allison and Gloria because I think they're competent, I think they're articulate, I think they can do all of these things, but you don't want it to be, you know, stay above the fray. It pays off. You go negative, you go nasty, you go mean, it's not fun. It's not fun. So that's just for what it's worth. That's how I would handle that. If somebody else goes nasty, just say, well, you know, it's more about them than it is me. You know, and grow a thick skin fast because you'll need it. You know, you just have to remember why you're there. What's the purpose? So I'll close with this. On that note about thick skins, stay off the blogs. Don't read them. Once you announce and you're running, don't read them. So we were standing at the Boise State football game. Well, back up. So it was our second year in office, and it was I was really struggling because it was super busy. We were just married a couple years, and I'd gone on the Idaho Statesman website, and I was reading the blogs about some stuff that was going on at the Capitol building legislatively. And Butch was just getting ripped. I mean, it was just awful. I was like, I couldn't believe the mean things that these people were saying. And it was like 400 comments, and none of them were nice. And then, you know, they'd start in on the family, and they'd start in on, you know, nothing's off limits, right? And I was really upset. And I remember going into our PR guy, and I was like, we've got to do something about this. And they're like, yeah, we know. And then I'd go into Butch, I'm like, we've got to do something about this. And he's like, yeah, whatever. He didn't even know what was going on because he doesn't read those things. Because people that read them for him get upset for him, which was not a bad deal. But so we're standing, we got an award at Boise State, some alumni thing. So we're standing on the blue turf, and it was back in BSU's heyday. And so the stands were full and everybody was excited. And Butch leaned over and he goes, Lori, you see all these people in the stadium? I'm like, yeah, pretty cool, huh? And he goes, 10 of these voted for us. Why are you worried about 50 people living in their mom's basement, writing on a blog at the Idaho Statesman? And I just thought, oh, that's a really good point. And from then on, I was like, okay, 10 stadiums of people voted for us. we won, and by more than 51%, right? Because 50 plus 1 equals win. And so you just have to put everything in perspective and don't take it to heart, because campaigns can be brutal if you do. So just remember, they're living in their mom's basement, saying mean things that they wouldn't repeat to anybody else. Okay. And we don't roll that way, right? So don't do that to your elected officials. Anyways, questions, anything? Got anything? Don't leave me hanging. I only got like 5 people in the room. They're all staring at me.
Maureen,
yes.
Thank you so much. All the information is terrific. And I think that I've heard that that it really can be a jungle. You really do have to have a thick skin. You have to assess whether you have the right personality for it, because you know it is a sport sometimes, and you can get run over. And so all of the things that you shared with us are great information, and I think people should assess their personality and their strength of character to be in politics. Do you think that's true?
I don't think it's that anybody can't do it. I think everybody that has a desire to it should never let anything negative keep them from doing it. That's just me. If you tell me I can't do something, oh, really? You know, that's my attitude is, well, we'll see about that. So, but I do believe that they're like, I am much more comfortable behind the scenes doing stuff. Butch is more comfortable at the 50,000 foot out front doing things. And so I think you really have to, it's not so much how tough you are, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when are you going to get run over, right? You just have to expect it, because we're all humans. Nobody's perfect. And sooner or later, you're going to misspeak or do something stupid. And you're going to get your head handed to you. Now, whether you should or you shouldn't is irrelevant in this world, right? It doesn't matter intent. It matters perception and spin. So sooner or later, something will be taken out of context. Something will be put in a different context. And you just have to know in your heart, and that's to your strength of character. You have to know what you meant, and then be able to defend it, or let it, you know, just time heals all wounds in politics, you know. So, but it goes back to, you have to be you. You have to campaign in a way that you're comfortable with. You have to campaign in a manner that is true to your integrity, how you run your life. And some people are very comfortable with that and having people know what that is. And some people may be less inclined to share that. But if you aren't comfortable with you and what you believe, and understand why you believe what you believe, that you're going to have a harder time. But I would never dissuade anybody from getting in the arena, because it is the ultimate form of civic duty that too many people think, oh gosh, I could never do that. I know I'm not smart enough. I'm not, you know the drill: stronger, faster, smarter, richer, whatever, nicer car, better husband, cuter kids. I don't know, whatever it is that we tell ourselves that we can't do something. And so if somebody says they want to run for office, but be smart about it. Don't put yourself out there to get run over. I mean, at least have a yield sign so they slow down before they, make you a speed bump. But there's a lot of things that you can do to protect yourself from that. A lot of it is preparation. You can't just put yourself out there. Put yourself out there, but do the work. It's work. The messaging's work. The strategies work, the databases, the fundraising, it's work. But if you do the work and you set yourself up, the chances of that happening are, they go down exponentially. So, but if you want to run, or you think you want to run, You may love it, you may hate it. But you can say, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, don't have to do it again, you know? Or you may say, oh my gosh, I learned so much. I know what I did wrong. I know what I can do better. And then you run again. That's the great part of, you know, this system is it's not set up to where, you know, one and done. You can dip your toe in and see if you like it and learn from the experience, or figure out what part of it you liked and go help somebody else. You know, they say most people have to be asked 4 to 5 times before they'll actually commit, especially women, 4 to 5 times before they'll actually commit to running for something. And it's true, because everybody thinks everybody else is more qualified than they are. And the world's run by people who show up. You'll be surprised how many people get where they are in life because they showed up when somebody else didn't want to or didn't think they could. The world at the basic level is run by people who show up and do the work. And that's what campaigning is. You show up, put yourself out there, you do the work. And if you win, then that's great. And then the real work starts, right? You get to make a difference. It's your time to make a difference. So know what that difference is that you want to do. At its fundamental level, it's the highest form of civic duty that you can do in this country. It's the bedrock of the country. If you guys don't do it, who will? Right? I did my time. Right? I may run for some. If Mike Boyle ever retires, I might run for his seat, but I don't think he's ever going to retire. So I know, right? Anything else? Yep.
Bella asked a question.
Bella?
Bella, yes.
Bella.
Hi, Lori. Thank you for the sage advice. And I hear what you say about, you know, ignoring the blogs and all that sort of stuff and developing a thick skin. I guess the question I have is, at some point, couldn't it be a situation of damage control where at some point you can't really ignore the message or the vlogging or blogging or all that information that's circulating out there, and that you just have to address it? And how do you, what's the threshold? How do you gauge the threshold?
Well, for us, the threshold generally only had to do when there was a vote on the line that we were trying to get a policy through. If it was something that was policy-based, that was misinformation, we would address it. If it was something that was like, Butch Otter sucks, whatever, his wife's younger than he is, or, you know, whatever they pick on you for, or whatever, we just didn't go there. I mean, that was not, that was like, okay, you don't like us, that's all right, don't vote for us, somebody else will, you know. But I think the threshold has to do when it addresses maybe your ethics or your business sense, as far as if there's allegations that you need to clear up about your business performance or something that would keep you from doing the job, would be the threshold that I would look at when I would actually address an accusation. But don't address an accusation and give them more airtime, right? I mean, don't do their work for them. The best way in our experience to handle those types of things is to have other people handle them for you. So circle of trust, go out a couple rings, bring those people together. And in our place, it would have been our county, like our county coordinators. And we would have said, okay, and we met with them quarterly across the state. And we would say, okay, what are the things in your area? What are things that are going on that we're getting beat up about? And we would address those with the county coordinators. And then we would have the county coordinators could go out on the blogs, because they had information from us explaining a situation, and they had information that was factual. that they could go out and say, well, you know, that's not exactly true. And you can do scripts for people if you want them to go on Facebook pages, or if you're getting your head handed to you about something, you can very easily create scripts and just say, you know, post this in response to that. That's the great thing about those blogs, is you'll find the trigger points on what people are unhappy about. And then you can go address them. But as a candidate, you don't address them. In my opinion, there's other, I'm sure there's, unless it's like you slept, as Butch used to say, you got in bed with a live woman or a dead boy or something like that. It was just something that was just horrible. And I'd be like, what? And he'd like, yeah, those are the only 2 times we're going to talk about anything like that, you know? And unless it's like egregious, like that ethics complaint that Priscilla, you want to know exactly how to do damage control? Watch Priscilla Giddings right now. She's running for lieutenant governor. She just had an ethics and a censorship, and she's a member of the House. And yeah, and nobody here knew about it. But I guarantee if you go on Facebook,
I did too.
Yeah, if you're a junkie, you know about it, but John Q, whoever, probably doesn't. But if you go on blogs, watch how she's handling it. Like we were driving in yesterday, and she had her people dialing in on the radio stations statewide, answering, because it was on all the talk shows, and so she had her people out there carrying the message for her on, oh, it's just a big misunderstanding, and that's not, you know, she was really looking out for the girl and all of this stuff. So that's a case study right there on that's a case study right there on what not to do if you're running for a statewide office. You know, but it is also a case study on how they're handling the damage control. And it's what, August now, and the election's in May, and it'll probably, nobody will, you know, I mean, I know I would bring it up every time I had a chance to talk about it, but if I was asked about it, I guess. So, but damage control it's all about your temperature gauge, but, you know, just make sure, you know, you can't walk those words back as easily anymore in this day and age. So be very deliberate about the message that you send if you are going to try to do damage control. So anything else? Yep.
Thank you.
Allison?
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe you had a quick tip or trick on public speaking. I like that you said, ask if you're being recorded, ask if there's press in the room. I know you can do Toastmasters, other things, but is there maybe any little tips and tricks we could have for like public speaking, like big groups of public, not just on
right. That goes back a lot to your personality. And how, your comfort level, right? So I don't ever, I probably, well, it's because I'm kind of ADD, you know, spectrum. Hello. I don't ever really talk from notes because I tend to just, but if I'm talking about a subject, like if I get asked to talk about a subject I'm not comfortable with, I will have an outline. So I do an outline. One thing that's really helped me doing public speaking about all different things, of course, I was a teacher, so I was very comfortable anyways, and I'm really shy, as you can tell, is that I like to talk around quotes. So I would find, like, if I was talking on leadership, I'd find like 2 or 3 leadership quotes to tie about in with the bullet points of, you know, like trust, commitment, love, or some type of something that I can open with, talk about the message, to do another one, and then wrap the whole thing up. I would just do like quotes, has always really helped me. The other thing that's really helped me is, because there's nothing worse than putting a PowerPoint up and then reading a PowerPoint to somebody, right? It irritates me. One other thing that I would do is I would pick like 5 different words, like I mentioned earlier, trust, commitment, love. And then I would build my message around those 3 words. Don't try to open with a joke if you're not funny, if you're not comfortable with it, you know. If you're less is more, you know, they're not going to shoot you if you sit down early. And if you like to take questions, open it up to questions early. But the main thing I've learned is don't talk about things you don't know about, right? And if they ask you a question, you don't know the answer, you just say, I don't know, I'll get back to you. People appreciate that. People know when you don't know what you're talking about. So anything else?
Hey, Lori, it's Paul. Yeah, hey, thank you for taking time out and coming talking with us. One thing, voice of experience, I couldn't get off a fire or a auto accident, get back to the station, and we weren't on YouTube. So you're always being recorded, and just remember that. So that's how I tell my kids that all the time. You're always being recorded.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. You can't walk it back. That's for darn sure.
No, you can't. Yeah. It's ridiculous sometimes. But anyway, how was the impact on your family, especially the negative press and stuff that you guys did receive? Did that take a huge effect on your family?
You know, the negative stuff, we talk about how to handle that. Like Butch's family's they were kind of used to it. His kids were luckily grown. Like, I don't think he ever would have run. He was lieutenant governor when they were little, but that's a different role, right? You're not a vote of one. So lieutenant governor, you run the Senate. But as governor, most of his kids were up. But I can tell you that for many first ladies across the state, because there's like a group of us that get together, it can be really hard on teenage kids and younger kids at different levels. But you really just have to have the message about, you know, you're running so that people can have a different opinion. Like, my family didn't struggle so much because we're military. And my dad would say, well, that guy's full of crap, but you know what? I fought in Vietnam War so that guy could say whatever crap he wants to say. That's, you know, why I did it, because I love this country. And so you just kind of have to really let people know that in your family, that just because they say it doesn't mean it's true. And if you have any questions about, you know, what really happened, come ask us, right? Especially extended family. Like my brothers would be like, I'm going to kick his butt. And I'm like, no, you're not. Let me tell you what happened, and things like that. So it wasn't negative but I will tell you this, make sure you invite them to all the fun stuff so that the negative stuff doesn't seem so bad. So
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. So we're out of time. Okay.
Great. That was awesome.
Yep. I'm at Amherst, Madison. If you guys need any help, I also run a women's, it's called Idaho Women in Leadership. And we do a women's, trying to get more women to run for office. So men are invited, but you're going to be outnumbered, just if you're okay with that, Paul. But we do a 3-day training like this too, with media and the whole thing. So if you're interested, just shoot me even if you don't want to come to the thing, I'm happy to help. And I know people all over the state. So no matter where you are, I'll be able to point you in a direction.
So Lori, you just want an email if we're interested?
Sure. It's just Lori Otter at Amherst, Madison.
Okay.
Or LoriOtter.com, but then you'll be in my database and, you know, you'll get all those newsletters and everything like that.
Why list with me?
Why list with me? No, I haven't gone there yet, but you know, I'm just starting. So, but the Amherst, it's Amherst with a dash and then Madison.com.
If you get a card, I'll just post it in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Do I have a card?
Good.
Who is he talking to? Okay.
All right.
Bye, guys.
I got to pull the room here. How many realtors have a card on them out of the 2?
Name tag?
We got 2. All right, good.
I have my last company's name tag. I have the wrong name tag, but I count. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Proud of you guys for taking the time. Be fun. It won't be boring. That's what I said, you know. All right. I'm going to go to Papa Kelsey's and have my favorite lunch. Favorite Twin Falls, Idaho lunch. So, all right.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Is that what you needed or what?
Yeah, that was great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, 31. You got time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, be deliberate. Be deliberate. Meet you. Yeah, we can help. Yep. I expect you to run. That's you call me.
Well, that was awesome. That's a tough act to follow.
Yeah. Better you than me.
Yeah.
1 second here.
So we've got 2 chapters left here, field and then digital. And we can usually move through these pretty quickly. We start to get a little sensitive on people's time here once we get to the afternoon. So we'll see how quickly we can cruise through these and still get you some good takeaways, of course. So field, piggybacking on what John was talking about in the last chapter on messaging, once you've established what that message is, that's going to be a winning message in your personal story, how do you get that out directly to voters? And as we've talked about, door-to-door canvassing is the most effective voter contact tool. And there are some tips to make that a more effective use of your time, right? As we've talked about, you want to be identifying the likely voters on those doors that you want to focus on. You want to have a list that you can, track those interactions, track the supporters, or track the issues that you're hearing from people. Track if it is an opportunity to put a sign, there, or other things like that. Good to have a good, leave behind brochure or door hanger or something that, obviously that, you'll leave on the doors that don't have people home, or something that you can leave with the voters that you talk to. So as the last speaker just said, important to dress professionally, but comfortably. That you don't want to be sweating through a suit while some formal wear, as you're out there on the campaign trail. Do the practical thing when you're out there, but try to look professional. You don't want to look, like a mess or like a slob either. So try to strike that balance. All of these personal interactions are just like anything else, right? It's you want to leave a good impression, a warm impression, positive. Be a good listener. Have your message, stay on your message, ask for their vote, and then follow up. If they ask a question that you say you'll get back to them on an issue or something, make sure that you follow up on that. Well, we don't take the time for that. So another really effective tool are neighborhood meetings. And one reason that we really like these, especially on the local side, is you can accomplish a few different things by having like a neighborhood coffee or a town hall, or we call them different things. But basically, to the extent that you can get someone, a supporter who's endorsing your campaign, maybe to host this either at their home, or could even be a public place like the library or something like that. But someone who is hosting and can invite people, whether it's neighbors that they know or people in a voting precinct or whatever makes sense. But you get some real good, additional value out of this. Obviously, anyone who attends the meeting, that's great. And hopefully they'll walk away a supporter. But even if they are unable to attend an event like that, just getting that invite is a positive touch with your campaign. They're seeing that you're out working. They're seeing that you have a supporter who's endorsing you, who's hosting the event. They know that if they want to come, you're available, you're responsive. So even if you only have 5 or 10 people that show up to a small event, there's still value in doing them and inviting a lot of people. Candidates will also maximize the benefit of these by going door to door around a neighborhood where they're going to be doing an event like this, and maybe the campaign inviting people to attend the event, doing that in conjunction just to get some momentum going in that part of the district. you want to be making, again, make sure that all of these interactions, you're collecting, information, emails, finding out if they're supporters, and then looking for opportunities to get donations and get out signs. Talked about phone calls. Again, phone calls are the thing about that sometimes in primary elections or low turnout elections, the number of likely voters, especially in a district that's very suburban, maybe even bordering on rural, sometimes you can get more solid contacts by calling voters and leaving voicemails than trying to go door to door. If there's a big distance between doors, or there's not that many likely voter doors close together, phone from the candidate can be a good way to do a direct touch. A really good voicemail, if you've got a cell phone number especially, is a good touch, if done well. And, if voters feel like you're responsive and you're available to them, that's a good impression to leave a voter. Paid phone banks, we've talked about these. Again, there is some benefit to those for getting out a message or doing get out the vote reminder campaigns. Just have to decide what the cost benefit is to your campaign. What are some of the things that to have volunteers do? We talked about the importance of grassroots campaigning, helping with phone calls, distributing literature in their neighborhood, hosting those neighborhood meetings. Some people like sign waving thing. Those may or may not be of value. On election day, maybe there's some value to reminding people they've got till whatever time to go to the polls. Poll watching. So this is something we'll get into with the get out the vote section here in just a second. But with this extended voting period, if you have a list of 100 supporters, you can actually get a list from the clerk's office of who's voted or not in your area. So you can actually see, kind of going into the final weekend, who's voted and who hasn't, in your district. So you can go and actually cross-check. All right, of my 100 supporters, there's still 25 who haven't turned in their ballots yet. Hence, a lot of campaigns will have volunteers that will do that follow-up with known supporters to make sure that ballot gets in, even providing transportation, if they need to get to the polls on election day. So some other paid tactics, newspaper advertising. We'll talk about online advertising later, but if a newspaper, with the changing media landscape, newspaper advertising maybe isn't something to prioritize, but if there's still a good local paper that's regularly read, that can still be, something to consider in terms of contacting voters. All right, we've talked about this, and GOTV is about getting as many of your identified supporters to vote as possible. As we talked about, the whole campaign hopefully has been this exercise in persuading people to be supporters and identifying those supporters. And now everybody in your get out the vote phase, once ballots are mailed out for the absentee folks, once early voting is about to start, it's time to focus on developing your get out the vote plan to get your supporters and likely supporters out. And as Lori just said, elections are won and lost by who shows up, right? I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter if people don't vote. And so it's all about getting people to go vote. And as we talked about, the elections have changed now, where you really have a month, in a lot of cases, period of time where people have ballots, whether it's absentee or there's early voting or election day. And so it's important to plan for each of these types of voting methods and reaching out to people. So as Cameron talked about, it sounds like you can request an absentee ballot. I bet you can get the list of those who've requested absentee ballots from your local government. And so as a campaign, these people are going to get a ballot mailed to them by this date. So for this group especially, they need to have been reached out to. They need to have gotten some mail or some other, means to have heard from our campaign. We don't want them to get a ballot without having heard from us. And, here again, people will track, who has not submitted their ballot yet. So they continue, people they know, they keep working with them all the way until the ballot deadline. And then they still try to persuade those people as well. You can see, you remove the people who've already voted from your mail list, and you keep reaching out to the people who still have yet to return their ballot. And, for election day, it can be a similar thing. A lot of campaigns, even after early voting, will get a new list of who has voted, who has yet to vote. So they know, especially in maybe the parts of their district that they're strong in, who to continue to work with on that weekend before election day. So, those are some of the same strategies. Phones, whether volunteer or paid, having your volunteers try to help people with transportation, other things to get to the polls. So yeah, we just have a list of kind of some other things to think about on get out of the vote. We've talked about most of these, I think. You don't want to get to the end of the campaign and realize that you really haven't planned for kind of that final push. You do want to sort of have your plan, be thinking about each of these phases. And so you do have time to do kind of that last weekend, whether it's a newspaper ad or paid phone program or whatever the case may be to get people to turn out. The last chapter we want to talk about is online. And, this is another way that campaigns have been changing so much. We all know that all of us are getting more and more of our news and information from our phones and online. And, local elections, state elections is no different. And, whether it's free social media or paid digital advertising is something that, all campaigns, but even state and local campaigns really need to incorporate in as part of their campaigns. So there's a lot of different digital tools out there. And, for most state legislative and local campaigns, I think candidates feel like they have to do more than they actually need to do in some cases. So, yes, Facebook is worthwhile to have a presence on, to try to do a lot of good interaction on with supporters and with people out there. I think, some of these other tools just are not really that important politically yet. You don't need to be dominating. Really, even Twitter, I don't know, is really worth it. Twitter is not real life. You might have heard people say that. It's a very small subgroup of people that are hashing stuff out on Twitter. Double that for any of the other tools, Snapchat or all these other things. Facebook is worth having a good Facebook strategy and presence for most campaigns. And besides that, usually you're better off focusing on one of the tried and true traditional tools. You do want to have a good website and web presence, whether it's the website or a Facebook page or both. There are people that are going to be getting their ballot or going into the ballot booth and doing some searching on their phone for information on candidates. And so having a good presence that they can find you, easy enough and get some good immediate information on a website is very important. So it is good to have a communications plan that, factors in both your traditional methods, mail and everything with these, with websites and social media and, digital advertising and things like that. You want your branding to be consistent. You want them all to complement each other. You want, your direct mail and other things to be driving people to go to a Facebook page and website to increase interactions with those mediums. Because ideally you want to turn these online actions into, real actions like, a vote, but, other things as well. And then, ultimately you're trying to touch voters in a lot of different ways with the same message and finding them where they are. let's see, we'll skip through some of that. We've talked about the voter files and things. So yeah, again, Facebook, to the extent you can find someone on your campaign team who is savvy with some of these social media tools, especially Facebook, and can help you create a presence there. Obviously it's worthwhile. This is one of those places where if you can avoid to spend a lot of money with professional help in this area, that's helpful. You want to save as much of your budget for direct voter contact as you can. So it is worthwhile, if you can get some organic momentum out of Facebook, get some outreach to your volunteers or do some good communications to voters. It is a worthwhile thing. And to the extent you can get that, as cheaply as possible, the better. There is value in some paid digital advertising in these local campaigns, Facebook / Instagram, when they are accepting political advertising, which they shut that off, at the end of last year. They're now doing it again. That's obviously a great way to reach a lot of voters. Advertising, through other, Google AdWords, and if you have a video that you can put together, on YouTube with the pre-roll video and things, there is value in doing that, and it can be targeted pretty well to what voters that you're trying to reach in your area. Let's see, we talked about, so Facebook is important because there are a lot of users across all of the demographics, especially older voters. Facebook's more popular with, the people who vote more often, the over 40 or over 50 crowd, and has some good tools for advertising. Pre-roll video, so as John kind of alluded to this, but if you can create a good 30-second video, 15-second video for your campaign, there are some cool targeted advertising tools now. YouTube, depending on the size of the campaign, for a mid-sized campaign, they have, it's over the top OTT where, you're doing the ads on this sort of replaced cable advertising, but like on Hulu or some of those streaming apps, being able to do some advertising in those areas is becoming a bigger thing. That's maybe more of a state legislative thing, just because there are some minimums to that that may be out of reach for some local campaigns. But the bottom line with this is, with the digital and traditional, you don't want to go too hard one way or another. You need to be doing both, and they need to complement each other. But I think some campaigns have the tendency to worry a lot about what's going on in online world. And so you want to be able to, figure out how to reach voters in both types of means with the same branding. And so don't ignore it, but also know that the tried and true direct mail and direct door-to-door contacting are still probably the most important tools, still even more than what's going on in online world. And that's actually what we've got to share with y'all. You made it, you survived all the way to the end here. Are there any questions?
So when you ran your local campaign, how much does it differ in terms of what you expect your costs to be based on, let's say Twin Falls versus your suburb, I guess what is kind of a rule of thumb of what someone doing that should expect to spend? And I guess there's a spectrum too, right? Like there's, do you hire, a campaign manager part-time or for something that small, you know what I mean? And I guess what are how big could you go that's still reasonable? And I guess what's the bare minimum? I guess my question.
No, great question. And, of course, the answer is always, it depends, right? Because there's a million different factors in there. I mean, I would say most city council races in and even this, it becomes dicey very quickly, making the broad assumptions. But for most races where you're dealing with a district, let's say 25,000 people or lower, if you've got a competitive race, I would say per cycle, I mean, you probably are at least planning on, at a minimum, a few $1,000s per cycle. I mean, at least. Once you factor in just even signs and like one mailer, per cycle, you're already there pretty quick, depending on the number of voters we're talking about. And that doesn't even factor in, there could be some value in having, a part-time person, maybe even for a college kid for $500 a month, who is willing to, spend a certain number of hours helping with certain tasks so the candidate can focus on, actual campaigning and some of that. So I would say that's sort of on the minimum side that you're probably looking at, for most competitive races. Now, again, if there isn't a primary, you don't have to worry about that. You're just going to a general, depending on number of candidates. There's a lot of different factors there.
Well, I would say, I think of slightly different, which is pencil it out, right? Like, just like any project you're going to take on, like, what does it cost, right? Figure out, like he said, like, start with, what do I want to do at this campaign? I want to get 3 mailers out. I want to buy some yard signs, and then work backwards. And then, you have a lot of the stuff, the campaign finance reports now at this point are all online. You can sort of see what people spend. And I would talk to the folks here. You've got a resource at the Realtors to say, hey, what is a race like? Cameron, I don't know, maybe Cameron wouldn't know Twin Falls, but he would know if you were running in Boise, what it feels like and what it looks like. And pay attention, if you've got some time, look at what the next election cycle brings. If you're not running now, and just say, okay, who ran a good campaign? What did they do well, right? And then I think, again, there's nothing, we started today with writing a campaign plan. I honestly think one of the things you can do is sit down and write a plan. You might go, oh my God, this is going to cost too much. What can I do better here? And so start with working backwards from that. What do you want to, how many times are you going to need to communicate with people? How many doors are you going to need to knock on? Well, how much time does it take to knock on that many doors? Well, I'm going to focus, if my campaign is going to be mainly field-based, it should be, I should be doing more. I need to do what's called passes, right? One round through. If I need to get to 1,000 doors, but what I really need to do is 3,000. How long will it take me to knock on 3,000? Work backwards from that. Just like Connor, pencil out, sort of figure out, estimate the cost, and go from there. And then you look at the what other people do.
I have a question, if I may ask.
Yes, go ahead.
A couple of questions, actually. And I guess my first question is a little bit along the lines of the question that was just asked and answered, but maybe a little different twist to it. Is there a source of information that you could refer us to, so that if, depending upon the office that's being sought, to get some sort of stats or some comparison of, typically this is what you see as an expenditure in these categories for a campaign? Is there any information like that that you could refer us to?
No, because it's so there's millions of elected offices in this country, and it really does depend on the environment. Like, what are somebody asked me, what does a piece of mail cost? It's like, even that's sort of complicated, because it's like, how many pieces are you printing? What size are you printing? So that, because that factors the postage and all that. So it's really hard. The best thing to do, I would say, is spend a little time. I don't know, maybe Cameron or Ryan can point you in directions, and look through finance reports. Like in my home state of Virginia, we have something called BPAP, which is breaks down how much is spent. But even that, like, you know, it takes a little bit sophisticated eye to sort of look at it. I really do think the best thing for you to do is go, okay, to win this race, I need to make 6 contacts with voters with my message. And I'm going to get there. I'm going to do 4 pieces of mail, a round of door knocking, and some social media, and then cost it back from that. And then you can talk to, and then I would also argue that you might want to just talk to some local consultants and see what they, you know, charge for a piece of mail and so forth, or mail houses, and figure out from there. And I don't know if Cameron's got some consultants that he recommends when people are running, or Brian, you know, if there's folks that people have used. You can also look at, you know, finance reports and look at who they paid as vendors and say, well, you know, I really liked this candidate's mail, and find out who they used, or ask for referrals. It's not unlike hiring a contractor. Ask for referrals, right? Ask who, you know, ask people you trust, that circle of trust that First Lady was talking about was, you know, like, who do you know out there that you trust when they recommend somebody? Again, it's not unlike hiring a contractor.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. And then the other question I have is, in the materials that we received today, there's a manual. It's like a 61-page manual. That's part of what we received, as well as the PowerPoint. As we move forward in our endeavor, can we share this information with our team, or is this copyrighted material that we cannot share?
You can, I mean, as long as you're using it with your internal team, you obviously don't want you publishing it and giving it out to other candidates or whatever. I mean, NAR has, we put this thing on, we want people to use it. So, but if you want to share it with your campaign team, by all means.
Yeah, that's all I meant, to just share it with the campaign team only.
Yeah. Don't put it up on Amazon or anything.
No. Thank you.
It probably sell for 10 cents. So, no, it's very valuable. The other thing I will mention for folks, I'm assuming if everybody's got a NERDS number, we do have an online course that is self-guided. It's in the Center for Realtor Development that people can go in. You just put in your NERDS course. I don't know if people have Center for Realtor Development. It's a sort of continuing education library for realtors. If you go on there and search for this campaign, just put in campaign in the search, and you'll find an online version of this course. You'll hear my voice on it, and also a woman named Tyann. We're actually revising that, but it's still up there, and it's pretty good. The nice thing is you'll see some videos from some other realtors, and this is only for realtor members, right? So, and it's some of the content, a lot of the content you have heard, but just in a little bit different format. And if you want to go on there and just sort of take it at your pace, it's up there and it's free. It's one of the few things on the Center for Realtor Development that you don't have to pay for it or anything like that. And we got some fun videos and a couple of quizzes and things like that. But you know, maybe there's something that you want to recover or something like that that you can go into and find.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Well, if not, I want to just say, end this with saying thank you to everybody, both in person and that hung with us online. Like I said, it's one of my favorite parts to do this. As First Lady said earlier, and as Justin has said, we need our democracy. Depends on people like you getting involved and really making a difference in your community, especially people like you who understand sort of the challenges with housing in this country right now, private property rights, and all these issues. And I appreciate you guys listening to me and Justin and putting up with all of our stuff. And thank you so much for your time. And with that, go forth and prosper from my end. Anything, Ryan, you have any other, or Cameron? Thank you guys for bringing us in.
One last question.
Twin Falls. I'm very excited. We're going to go see see some sites a little bit later. So,
can I ask one last question?
Sure.
And where would we have access to the recording?
Yeah, Bea, I'll have to get that to you. It'll take a little while to upload that.
Okay.
So it will take a long while. Let me rephrase that, because I've done this before and it usually takes some hours. So let me just get started on that. I'll get started uploading it to YouTube, and I'll just have to send that out to you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
And actually, Bea, you're a realtor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that online class might just be the best answer, because that'll go through this again just from that perspective.
Yeah.
Through just a little different angles.
I would definitely think check out the Center for Realtor Development. It's a little, you got to load, if you don't have an account, you got to create an account. Then you've got to search and find it, select it, then load it into your library, and then download it, which to me is a step too many, which we're trying to work through, but it is there. And if you're used to doing the courses, it's good.
It's really not that hard. And I put the link in the chat for all you guys for that site. But if you go and just click log in, you'll have to create an account. You'll have to put in your NERDS number, and then just go ahead and create a username and password. From there, then you go back to that link that I gave you and just click on it. You'll be logged in, click purchase, which is free, but you still have to purchase it. Yeah. So it's cool.
Yeah, and it's got, and you'll see some folks you may recognize from Realtor World up there.
That's great to know. Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.